and surgical intervention to the patient, and this is the direction on which we will develop and continue working on, because throughout the whole world there should not, for doctors and for healthcare providers, I think there should be no borders. I would also like to highlight the role of non NGOs, just like Association of Ophthalmologists and Associations of Doctors of Uzbekistan, who are the facilitators of this conference, and the head of the department and at the present administration, Siddiq Zafaromarich, is an ophthalmologist by himself. We always continue cooperation with international partners and associations of foreign countries and because I'm sure that the exchange information would allow us to develop this sphere, and could help millions of people in fighting and combating the problems of ophthalmology. So I have to say that among the heroes, the hero of Uzbekistan was taken by doctors, and currently 2 of them are working now, and there are 2 heroes. They have started and they continue to work. It's so in the sphere of ophthalmology, ophthalmologists must be proud of that. In none of the directions there are 2 heroes in one direction. I hope that this list will be more and more. I wish very productive work during the conference, and our guests, I would ask you to try to have fun and enjoy your time in Tashkent. And as a doctor, as a person who is in healthcare, I wish strong health and good luck to you all in today's beginnings. We think that today's conference is open.
Asylbek Anvarovich, большое спасибо.
Asylbek Anvarovich, thank you very much for warm words and regards for the conference. Ministry of Health always supported us and always supports us. I'm sure that in the future they will continue supporting us. Now I want to give a word with the greatest pleasure for introduction. The director of a Republican Specialized Scientific Practical Center of Eye Microsurgery, the head ophthalmologist of Uzbekistan, Yusupov Azamat Farhadovich. Azamat, please. Assalamu alaikum, dear guests. Asylbek Anvarovich, thank you. Regarding your tight schedule, you found the time to come and visit us and to open the conference. It's a big honor for us, for ophthalmologists. Not all the conferences are visited by minister and open the conference, and I would appreciate you so much, because it's a big honor for us that this sphere is very important to our country. So we are in a trend. Yes, in order to work very well, people must have a great health. Yes, of course. From my side, I would note that the policy of our dear President Shavkat Miromonovich Mirziyoyev in last 7 years, healthcare, not only healthcare, but healthcare including, and there have been tremendous changes that 7 years none of the countries could have done it, probably. A little bit of statistics on ophthalmology. I would like to highlight the time flies very fast, and in the last 7 years, ophthalmology of our country, as private and as a public, have changed like to many degrees. If we talk about the numbers, then there are more than 300 types of diagnostic equipment in a private sector. It's not only in Tashkent. We have the lasers in Uzbekistan is about 40 something excimer lasers, pentasecond lasers. It's not only it's not only done in surgeries of in a cataract, but in all other comprehensive complex surgeries as well. Everything that we are buying, we are putting into a practice in our country. Today, the scientific activities, just like Asylbek Anvarovich noted, is developing very fast. We have two councils, and one of them is a specialized mono council, and in Samarkand University they also have a council, and so that people could work with the science. Now we have possibilities both in scientific potential to development, both on preparation of human resources. Only the Center of Microsurgery of Eye, we prepared 186 people post-doctoral education, and in this year we are opening our simulational center. First in Uzbekistan, we opened the Face Lab laboratory for surgery of cataract and glaucoma and other microsurgery, and also laser surgery. We have a course on hiring qualification. So in a year, we prepare more than 100 people. Therefore, Asylbek Anvarovich, the politics of our president is very well helping both for us ophthalmologists as well. All the roads are open for us, and we visit all the conferences all over the world, and it shows that the ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan are in a very high level, and I appreciate you for we are ready to show all the help to all our universities and private clinics as well, so that they would further develop and show high quality services for our citizens and for foreign citizens as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now, with the greatest pleasure, would give a word to our friend and the guest, because we in Uzbeks, there are always special. There is special happen that we come to our neighbors that are our true friends. And one of those true friends is the president of Ophthalmology Association of Kazakhstan, the correspondent of a National Academy of Kazakhstan, Tursunova Otabek. Greetings in Kazakh language. Dear Asylbek Anvarovich, dear Zafar Umarovich, dear and respected Zulfiya Ruzmetovna, with the greatest appreciation, I am greeting the first Congress of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan, and the greatest pleasure is given to me that I am coming here just I am coming to my home, since I am going to married in Kazakhstan. They're not looking for if somebody is getting married, they will never be orphaned. So I'm not an orphan, I am from Chinas. I was born and raised in Chinas city in Tashkent, and on behalf of 2,500 ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan, of Kazakhstan, I am giving you greatest hellos, and for not only to Uzbekistan, from Russia, from Belarus, and of course in this country. It's a big honor for me to see, to hear, and as an experience, it frightens me to lose the possibility to see you, to hear you, and especially to be happy for the success that you have in this country. I am proud that I am here now your projects, tremendous projects. Amount of private clinics is rising. The equipment and is like something fantastic, right? We have started it 20 years ago. Now they are full, and in some places they are lazy. But your friends I know more than 25 years, and when I see here and I see their Instagram, I see the things that they're doing. They are people. It's such a big happiness when students of your students, now they're great students who are flying in a planetary scale. We can talk about the refractional surgeries, so the paraplastic surgeries, and I see them in the world, and I really like it. And of course, in Kazakhs say, Kazakh proverbs was told in a country where it's the talent is appreciated, the patriotism is appreciated, everybody else is appreciated. So I think this is an attitude of a president and a government. It shows such a great development in Uzbekistan. I am very happy that I'm not just a person who is watching it, but I am taking part in it, and I wish myself in your Congress to see you all in all of this progressive going in, and we are appreciating all of our friends and everything that is happening in the world. It's only it frightens me very much, because I'm in friend with some ophthalmologists 20, 30, 40 years, and I really want to take part in this congresses, because everybody is inviting us to these congresses, and I'm very happy that in our small territory, the territory of Earth, we all are joined together and doing so much useful all together by cooperation. I congratulate and I wish happiness and success to the works of the Congress today. Thank you very much. Taksangol, thank you very much. You, as usual, unique speech maker. And now, with the greatest honor, I would give a word to our friend, to our another friend. I would like to say a person who have done a lot with the people with whom they work. I mean, the staff of eye microsurgery, which Nikolai Fedorov, academician, has founded it. And Hajayev is deputy of general directory MMFK eye surgery. For those who don't know, I just say Nazir Sagdulaich is our local. He is our one nation. He helps everyone. So we're giving him a word. Good morning. Greetings in Uzbek. Hello, dear guests. Good morning, dear Asalbek Anvarovich, the chairperson. He has formulated the general direction in Uzbekistan very nicely, that the ophthalmologic health service in Uzbekistan is formed in a high level of efficacy if they have three-step development of ophthalmology service, and the help will be delegated by the levels, by different levels. So on the basis of this work, there will be PPP partnership, and this system and going deep into education, going deep into high technology will provide a high quality organized ophthalmologic service for all the people in Uzbekistan and outside of Uzbekistan. So today's conference is dedicated to one good platform. There are prominent specialists of Uzbekistan, Russia, our partners, our further guests, to exchange with their last works, last achievements, and so that in these places there would be new ideas born, new tasks were born, and in a long horizon of our specialty, and so that it would be a success, a success of thousands and thousands of our patients which come in this service, and nothing would help, nothing would stop from giving high quality services to improve the quality of their life. I have to say my institution have very long relationships, and my teacher Nikolai Fedorovich has founded, and we always care for development of our Uzbek colleagues, and we are very happy for their successes, and there is the gap between the technological gap between our institutions have been faded away, and so it's I can say that the level of service is the same in Uzbekistan and in Moscow as well. And I think it's a great work of Azamat Farhadovich. He is putting so much in integration, so that they want to have a cluster of ophthalmological clinics on a single technological standard. And I have to say that there is a great amount of success which allows us to look at the future with a great joint of optimism. And our director has came to this conference. As you know, he couldn't come because physically, but he wished greatest success to the conference, to say that we are here with you, we are on shoulder to shoulder with each other, and I want you to wish that the annual conference that Azamat Farhadovich is holding, and this conference today is association was done by Association of Ophthalmologists, because the level of ophthalmology in Uzbekistan and their scale allows us to have that. They have two scientific platforms and two forums that can be in Uzbekistan, so that we can share our experience and see each other. And I wish you good work with all of you. Thank you very much. Now I want to give with the greatest pleasure to our neighbors. We have to say that these neighbors are a long time hasn't been in Uzbekistan. Therefore, I'm very happy to see them all in Uzbekistan. A big delegation from Turkmenistan, and for introduction word, I invite the director of ophthalmology services of Uzbekistan, Altin Saridov. Dear Zulfiya Zurzmetovna, dear Presidium, dear participants of a conference, on behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare and Pharmacology of Uzbekistan, on behalf of the Doctors Association of Turkmenistan, and from the rector of Medical Institute of Turkmenistan, Murat Gariyev, allow me to warm welcome you all, the ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan, participants of a conference Innovative Technologies in Ophthalmology in 2024. With the deepest respect, we appreciate you for giving opportunity to participate in this forum. Our joint tasks to implement in ophthalmology practices high technology and the most effective methods of diagnostics and treatment of ophthalmopathologies, to try to deepen and broaden the connections in the science and and innovation. As a 300-year anniversary of Maktoum Kuli, the 24th year is a year of dedicated to the words of Maktoum Kuli, and this is also Uzbekistan is part of it to celebrate this event with us. And I think it's just the beginning of a bilateral cooperation between Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, and I think it's just the beginning, and we will continue. Allow me to appreciate you with your highest input in ophthalmological science, and we wish you fruitful work today, good health, success in your career, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. One more time, welcome. And we will be always happy to see all of our Turkmen colleagues. And now, the ceremonial part of our conference is finished, and to all of our guests, also the Minister of the Health, Asylbek Anvarovich, thank you very much for your participation, for your warm words and wishes. I think that all ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan will do everything to make this to make everything that the president and you said to make it reality. Thank you very much. I asked the organizational committee to prepare for the next lecture.
Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues. We are starting our meeting by a program. I have to say that the introduction was very, very bright and very good. And I think everybody, all the guests have taken their places, because now it's gonna be very interesting talk dedicated to the Association of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan. I would also like to add that our friends from Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan and Russian Federation, these are our old and tested friends, and they're always on the first line to see them all. So let's meet them. Let's greet them again. Dear colleagues, by a program today, today's conference, the first talk is dedicated to a work of Association of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan, new horizons of development of ophthalmology in the country. We are giving a word to President of the Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan, PhD in philosophy in Uzbekistan, the Shuhrat Ribbon Cavalry, and the prominent doctor of Uzbekistan, director of Innovat Clinics, Dr. Maksudova Zulfiya Uzmetovna. Dear guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me from the name on behalf of Association of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan in opening of the conference in Uzbekistan. In this beautiful hall, we have our colleagues, the leaders of ophthalmologists from foreign countries, the representatives of biggest clinics and ministries and international firms, the producers and deliverers of the high technology in medicine. I appreciate all those who are present in a continuous support of our association and support of our beginnings. So the conference has so much in today's agenda, and we know that there would be a final decision decisions would help to increase the efficacy of diagnostics and treatments in ophthalmology. One of the important tasks of this conference is to have firm collaboration with ophthalmologists of Central Asia and other foreign partners. Now, allow me to tell about the development of ophthalmology service in Uzbekistan, their problems and their rules and Association of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan in the medical sphere of our country. The head of our country always supports the medicine in general and ophthalmology and in private, and very many medical institutions are free of taxation, and they can implement the new technologies for these funds. So Shavkat Miramonch Mirziyoyev knows, aware of the problems that exist in front of the medicine, and give greatest efforts to systemically solve these problems. I just wanted to give you one example how the development of a medicine has happened in Uzbekistan. In 1918, I have had a chance to participate in a visit of the president to some of the medical units in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, to develop it. President Mirziyoyev have visited the Innovat clinic of Dr. Maksudov. During the visit, the guests have gone with the new technologies and new modern medical devices. He has highlighted two big problems in a medical field. First is preparation of high quality doctors with usage of modern technologies in education and hiring their further qualification. Second, promoting the availability of high technology medical services for the further places in Uzbekistan, and the medical, the innovational Ministry of Uzbekistan has given their tremendous help in preparation of the educational center in our medical center, and to further prolong it into Karakalpakstan. And then the commercial bank has given credits to build clinics in the far region of Karakalpakstan. So, and then we had educational and simulational center for preparation of ophthalmology surgeons in the specialty of retinal surgeries. And the education is done in European standards by Isoair Magic in Germany, which uses artificial intelligence, and this center is now the only one in Central Asia. And now our ophthalmologists can go abroad and can stay here and get the same knowledge as the European standards. In 2024, in Biruni region in Karakalpakstan, we had branch of the DMC opened there. We had all the needed equipment, and we had all the educational materials ready in educational center. As a result, in 3 regions of Karakalpakstan, it's Biruni, Amudarya, Turtkul, and Urgench, the full complex of ophthalmologic services were available for the inhabitants of that country. Also, I have to highlight that the development of in each sphere, in order to find the government support, we need a highest impact from the doctors of that field as well. So in 2020, firstly, we have created the Association of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan. The main idea was to implement in practice of new methods of diagnostics and treatment among the people of the country, and among them is to allow the education of the people and to have to prevent to defend the ophthalmologists legally. So in 2021 we were we were under the COVID pandemic and we were blocked. In the end of 2021, in collaboration with Association of with the Center of Transplantology, at the United States, they have had online webinar on topic of new and methods of treatment of endothelial gear plastics. So and as a cooperation of our association and Lions Eye Institute, they have signed a memorandum on cooperation, according which they have implemented the innovational education in DMC clinics as in the direction of the transplantation of cornea, and also we used this knowledge to stop our citizens to go abroad to have unavailable services in our country. But now we have put it in a standard so that the quality of our services have increased, and they got a real opportunity to get these high quality services without going abroad and spending unnecessary funds and time. And so, moreover, a lot of medical tourists and medical workers we have delivered into our country, and and also as a part of the propaganda, we have signed the Association of Medical Tourism memorandum of cooperation. As a result, we have that the educational center. We have had ophthalmologists who got an education from Armenia, from Turkmenistan. They got education in our center. Using this opportunity, I would appreciate our colleagues from Turkmenistan for greatest cooperation and participation here with the biggest delegation. In October of 22, the Ministry of Internal Affairs have addressed with the help of as a help of a drivers' committee, the drivers' commission. So in November of 22, we had 230 36 patients who had a driver's license, and as a result, in 31% of those who were checked, they had serious problems, and this could be one of the problems of the car accidents. And as a problem, we have learned the control of we have learned the experience of European countries, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Turkey, and then we have created our guidelines and given to the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Uzbekistan. A very big, our very big task is prevent the eye problems and enlighten people on how to prevent it. And in 2022, we have examined a lot of schoolgirls and schoolboys to examine them for free. So as a result, close to 10% of the girls had myopia, and moreover, 40% of the parents did not know about existing myopia in their children. So we have studied about 3,500 students, and then we have had statistical data work, and we have as a result, we had the results which are given over here. So, but we have put task to put myopies. So we had a program called Control Myopies, and they have put some further tasks there. First, creating of educational program in preparation of qualified ophthalmologists and optometrists to have and to educate the educational program of doctors. And the second is we to create to produce contact medical lens within the country, which would be very comfortable, and it would stop the eye vision problems in children. So the third one is to create a network of medical centers in control of myopies. So we have created two special educational programs for children. Number one is for education and preparation of doctors, and the second is to prepare the nurses, nurses for preparation, and they were all adopted by the Ministry of Health. And then in 2022, we have done site visit educations to all the regions of Uzbekistan, and we have educated more than 450 ophthalmologists. In 24, we have had an education of a first group of ophthalmologist nurses, 20 people, and they all have received certificates, and most of them were from the far regions. So two of them were from Karakalpakstan and other regions. The education for nurses were for free, and it was financed by the grant of the Ali Majlis and the Association of Ophthalmologists of Uzbekistan. And the second task, it was education of different contact lens, and to use the equipment and to have and education for those who use these high technologies. So as a result, we have purchased the equipment from England, Switzerland, and Great Britain in general. So the specialists who make the education in these devices were prepared abroad. So in 2023, we have opened first specialized innovative scientific technical laboratory in production of contact orthokeratonic lenses. As a center of optometry, we have had 2 centers of optometry and vision therapy. As in this matter, we can say that we had a first medical cluster who would solve the problem of optometry and control of myopes. The production of lenses, the preparation of a specialist, and the preparation of the lens to the endpoint users. Dear colleagues, dear friends, in my talk, I tried to explain what we achieved our association during 2.5 years from the time of their beginning. So here I understand that 2021 year was a pandemic period. It's not only in the beginning of this year we have had an opportunity to see. So the main aim was to have enlightenment projects on popularization among the children, and the help of the Ministry of Health of Uzbekistan in realization of a program on hiring the level of services to schools and the teenagers to prevent the invalidization of those children. So we have a lot of tasks in front of us, and having them can be successful and in active help and of a country and the Ministry of Health of Uzbekistan and Ministry of Innovation and higher education and science with adding joint collaborations of all of our ophthalmologists in our countries and cooperation and partnership with our dear colleagues and partners from foreign countries. In this regard, allow me to say from the name of association and from myself as a personally greatest appreciation for support of all our partners, both foreign and local ones, and I wish everyone to have a great conference. I want to highlight that in today's conference we have registered about 1,000 participants, and 400 are offline and about 600 are online, and out of them 57 people are the foreign our speakers. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Zulfiya Rozmetovna, for very informative talk. Dear colleagues, if you allow me, please, if you have any questions on this talk or in the next one, please, I think you can send it to Presidium in a written form. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, dear participants. Now, we heard a very great talk on Zulfiya Rozmetova, and the next talk is given to Bakhridinova Fazil Taripovna. The talk is about epidemiological aspects of a prevalence of glaucoma in Uzbekistan. Please. Assalamu alaikum, dear Presidium, dear Zulfiya Rozmetovna, dear guests and friends, dear colleagues, dear guests and participants of this conference. First of all, before I go to the main talk, I would show a greatest appreciation to our friends, to our guests who have gone with the introductory words. Dear colleagues, you have given a good start to our conference and which have highlighted its importance and direction. It's always very nice to meet new colleagues and to meet with a long time and kind friends. Welcome. Our talk is dedicated to epidemiological aspects of the prevalence of glaucoma in Uzbekistan. Today, it's known that about 3 billion of people in this world they live with some form of pathology of eye vision problem. In some cases, we could we could stop, or we could avoid, or we could stop development if we could have a good screening and medical services. Especially when the talk is given to glaucoma, the early period is asymptomatic, and the late stages are irreversible, unfortunately. On the overall notice of WHO, the problems with the vision in 21, it said that that in the world today, in 76 million people who have glaucoma, and more than 60% of these people are living in Asian region. Where all the Central Asian regions also belong in post-Soviet place. It's Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. The prognosis is very pessimistic by this note, and by them. The amount of people should reach in a short period up to 100 million. I have to say that in a final report of a randomized education on glaucoma spreading, which WHO was done in 2015. We had our own research as well. It's known that screening among the whole population is very expensive. It's very hard process, and it's not really effective. That's why it's recommended, and we made sure about it. We have to conduct the screening among the target audience. That's why the purpose of our region to study the prevalence of a glaucoma in the Sirdarya region. Why Sirdarya region? A little history. Sirdarya region is a former desert. If bird flies, bird's wings would burn. If a person walks, his feet would burn. So it was in the middle of a three oases, and there were like. So these places, if you could bring a good water there, then it would be a good place for agriculture. And therefore, in 1965, it was a decree of KPSS of a Soviet Union. There was the decree dedicated on absorption of a desert region of a Sirdarya. Since they didn't have a workforce, so the Uzbekistan government have given a big preferences to all of those who would move to these places, and from all regions of Uzbekistan we had very many visitors to Sirdarya. So that people whom we did a screening, it's the people who lived in different places of Uzbekistan, which allowed to get the data on glaucoma in region to extrapolate to the economic situation of all the country. And as a result, in 1965 there was created Sirdarya region with and with the population of relocants from all the parts of Uzbekistan. And there was no financial disclosure, and the group of the researchers did not have a conflict of interest. Ulugbek Karimov, is he here? Ulugbek Rasulovich. I don't see him, but under his leadership, the group of doctors, researchers, during 20 years, they do the screening examinations in Sirdarya region. That's very hard work, but it's very fruitful. The methods of investigation is one moment. Observational epidemiological cross-sectional study of a population to study the prevalence of the glaucoma. Screening of the population over 40 years age and those under 40 years of age at risk of developing glaucoma. Screening was carried out 4 times every 4 periods. Now we are giving the report on the 2024. All the patients registered in the glaucoma office were re-examined in depth. I want to give you attention that Sirdarya had a glaucoma cabinet. So, at least in Tashkent, the methods of examination. The beginning method is the application method, the questionnaire method. It was very important because it wouldn't just made a questionnaire, but we would take an enlightenment work. So the people were given a chance to talk about glaucoma and its consequences. That's why the role of a questionnaire was very important, and the routine methods of examination, and so the main diagnosis was optometry, OCT, UBM by indications. The main indicators was IOP, the disc excavation radio ED, and the perimetry indicator state of the UPC. So the amount of people in the population in region, it's about 1 million people, and people who are older than 40 years, 301.4 thousand people. In general, over 17 years, we have conducted the examination of 26,340 residents. So we have gone through over all the patients 40 years of age and persons at the risk of development of glaucoma. So our data was done by very simple formula. The number of patients with first diagnosis of glaucoma to number of all patients who applied to the year. It was division, and we multiplied it to 1,000, and then we would get intensive indicator. And as you see, the prevalence of a glaucoma is amount of patients with the first diagnosis of the glaucoma in the beginning of our research in 2004 up to 2024. It has increased 5 times fold. It says not only that the glaucoma is being prevalent, but it says that the screening was successful, which allowed us to find these patients. And of course, this intensive numbers of incidence rates has been increased to 2.5 times. The structure of glaucoma in our republic. So open angle glaucoma, so it's about 57%. Conjure closer glaucoma is 22%, and the others is secondary glaucoma. The age groups is like the tendency of development is like as a world literature. What I would like you to give attention to a small left place. It's like one is a people who have given a diagnosis, and the age is less than 40 years. Open angle glaucoma, we have more than 60% in our country, and division by the age is very it's simple. Open angle glaucoma is like 67 years. Pseudo expallative is like 64, and sharp angle glaucoma is 48. The same on the gender based, on a sex based. The men is more in a simple glaucoma and pseudo expallative, and the pigment disperses we have more women. Division of patients by stages of a glaucoma. We shouldn't forget what is the main task of the screening. It is to find the early forms of a glaucoma, where we could stop the process and have the corresponding adequate help. Therefore, we have done in dynamics, which we have done in a process of 20 years. And by this data, we found out that in 2006, it was the patients with the beginning stages of glaucoma was 10%. But the late stages of glaucoma, it was more than 50%, and it was a big loss that we have registered. The next period was a little more optimistic. We could see that twice increase of finding of early stages of glaucoma, and the late stages decreased due to that. And the tendency have seen in this period, in the next period as well, and in the last period of our report, it shows that at 4 times fold the early stages were determined very, very good. And the amount of people with the late stages of glaucoma decreased. This is the print in general, the main tasks which says successful about the screenings which we had. These research still continue. And as a conclusion, conducting a survey among the population to identify the people at the risk of developing glaucoma and examining them is a justified, inexpensive, and informative screening method. Of a glaucoma from 14.8 to 42.2 per 1,000 population were revealed, with the predominant impact on female patients. This was an increased prevalence of glaucoma in the initial stages and a decrease of prevalence in advanced stages of disease. The ratio of patients with open and closed glaucoma is 2.2 to 1.0. Preclinical manifestations of glaucoma in the region were identified in the patients at the risk from 35 years of age. This is something that should be taken into account when screening of a population of glaucoma in the country. Therefore, the most common of OAG is a simple form, following by descending order by the pseudo-exfoliative pigmented form and others. The epidemiological studies devoted the early detection study characteristics of spread of a glaucoma within individual regions or throughout the country are the basis for effective transformation in the system of providing medical care in patients with glaucoma. So do not miss glaucoma while examining the patients. The holes in the net should be no larger than the fish itself. The word of Irish blessing. Thank you very much. Fazale Taripovna, thank you very much for very successful and useful lecture. Thank you.
Dear conference participants, for me it's a big honor to give an award to a hero of Uzbekistan, Doctor of Medical Sciences,
Professor Kamilov Hamidjan Muhamedjanovich, with the talk The History of Development of a Problem of a Glaucoma in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Good morning, dear Presidium, dear participants, dear guests. Dear Presidium, dear colleagues, dear guests. I want to stop on the history of development of glaucoma in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Early diagnosis of glaucoma remains one of the pressing problems of a modern ophthalmology. So about that, Fariza Talipovna has noted already. In the Republic of Uzbekistan, scientific research was conducted to study the clinical and pathogenetic mechanisms of glaucoma development, features of early diagnosis and course of the disease, assessing conservative laser and surgical methods of treating of glaucoma. So the examinations has been conducted on early detection, treatment, and prevention of blindness due to glaucoma by the authors of Pokrovsky, Arkhangelsky, Kamilov, Yusutova, Ilina, and Kremkova. The analysis of mathematical models of a complex multidimensional systems for automatic collection and processing of remotely received information has been established. So hydrodynamic research methods are being introduced into a clinical practice, which have made it possible to identify the indications for various methods of a surgical treatment of a glaucoma. So early methods of detection of glaucoma using computational methods, creation of an automated system, its maintenance study of computer criteria for determining the course of a glaucoma during surgical treatment are given in the scientific works of Kamilov, Turakulov, and others. Carefully studied the features of intraocular blocks and the choice of pathogenetic treatment of patients with glaucoma has been sustained, and Umida Faizievna has done this. An electronic program and the dispensary card have been developed to determine the degree risk of occurrence of early detection of a primary glaucoma, a neuroprotective method of treatment in primary healthcare. Due to clinical and immunobiochemical basis for the diagnosis of a primary angle closure glaucoma, comprehensive system for its treatment has been created, which reduced the risk of developing glaucomas in optic nephrology by Nabiev. So the system of selecting combination of a medicine in different methods of glaucoma was continuance of a talk of Fazilat Karimovna. The genetic predisposition in the development of a primary glaucoma under conditions of panmixia in breeding has been proven by Buzrukov and Zakir Khadjayeva. The diagnosis of congenital glaucoma has been improved by determining of the clinical, functional, and biomechanical properties of the eye in the children by the development of a new surgical treatment method using of autosclera. So the contact transscleral cyclophotocoagulation with a diode laser for glaucoma has been high level of intraocular pressure, and pathogenetically oriented technologies for glaucoma has been developed by Azamat Farhadovich Yusupov and Faizieva. Determination of a criteria of a clinical diagnostics of a glaucoma in progressing myopia, and we have done treatment evaluations and determined the treatment measures and of glaucoma in children. So a new method of surgical treatment of a terminal glaucoma with pain syndrome has been developed by auto-draining the filtration zone of intraocular fluid, which helps to prevent the process of excessive scarring on the newly formed fluid outflow tracts. increased effectiveness of surgery in usage of photodynamic surgery in using of post-operative period. The effectiveness of deep sclerotomy with implementation of xenocollagen drainage in the patients with neurovascular glaucoma has been identified. In conclusion, I have to say that differentiated approach to the surgery for various forms of glaucoma has significantly expanded the arsenal of interventions and allowed ophthalmologists to choose pathogenetically targeted methods of treatment in patients with glaucoma. Thank you for your attention, and I greet all of our guests in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much, Harambek Muhammadjanj, for a very interesting and informative talk. We have remembered the history of a glaucoma in Uzbekistan. So the next talk, Dr. Rejepova in Turkmenistan, the principles of pediatric of ophthalmo-oncologic service in Uzbekistan. Dear Presidium, dear participants of this conference, the pediatric oncology, ophthalmo-oncology is one of the hardest developments in oncology. The structural specificity is depends on the structural formation of children's eye and genetic predispositions. And current the last examinations have shown greatest diversity of tumors of the organ of the vision and complexity of histological structure, the variabilities in degree of a differentiation. The maximum number of tumors of visual organ in children occurs between the age of 1 and 6 years. So in Turkmenistan, the structure of pediatric ophthalmo-oncology was studied by a decade: 64-73, 74-83, 85-94, and focused on retinoblastoma. The frequency of neoplasms in our country has increased from 3% to 5%. So the purpose of the study was to study the structure and clinical diagnostic features of the neoplasms of a visual organ in children and to improve the ophthalmological care. So the research objectives was to study the dynamics of structural changes in pediatric ophthalmo-oncologists and to identify the nosological spectrum of tumors that are most typical for the region, to conduct a comparative analysis of the clinical features of neoplasms and dynamics of morbidity, to conduct a comparative assessment of the information on content on various methods for diagnosing tumors of the visual organ in children, to study the effectiveness of treatment of visual tumors in children. So materials and methods of regions of the past 12 years, a total of 681 children during 2011-2022. Why did we take this period? Because in 2011 we went under the medical university and we started our scientific work. So coming back, we educated 681 children aged from 1 month to 15 years, have been examined and treatment. Of them, 342 were boys, 339 were girls, with benign neoplasms 603 and malignant 78. We used clinical methods, instrumental methods, laboratory methods, and statistical research methods. The age distribution and gender distribution, we didn't find a big difference. The age distribution was in the biggest prevalence rate was in people up to 6 years. The structure of ophthalmo-oncology have shown that the non-malignant were more than malignant ones. So among the non-malignant was like most of them were on a blephara, on conjunctiva and orbits, and they were a lot of differentiated. We had both epithelial dermolipomas and hard choristomas were observed as well. So in the malignant tumors, so there were people with retinoblastoma. So differentiated retinoblastoma were 26 and undifferentiated 34. The other 18 cases were the diseases of orbit. And now we will stop on the clinical diagnostics of features of the non-malignant tumors. As you see, the palpebral tumors do not give hardness to diagnose. It goes as a visual. So in the eyelid, the nevuses and epibulbar parts are very easy. The characteristical signs of a nevus are penetration of a nevus to epithelium. So that's why the treatment is surgical methods is on the first place, but as also in order to stop the recurrence rate, we do the plastics as well. The orbit tumors are very informative. Computer tomography. As you see on the picture, there's the dermoid cysts of orbit and myomolipomas. Of course, the hardest in the diagnostic aspects is intra-eye tumors. Unfortunately, despite the fact that there is an increase of high technology methods of diagnostics, we see third stage of retinoblastoma so much, and we see double-sided retinoblastomas where unfortunately the tumors are we have to enucleate and we have to remove from baby and vision, and we try to preserve the other eye as well. Well, among the orbit tumors, of course, we see orbit sarcomas, and diagnostic people help us very much. The ultrasound diagnostics and computer tomography helps us a lot, but the final answer is given by histology and pathahistologic investigations. And first signs is exophthalms and eye vision problems depending on the locations. Now let's stop at the efficacy of a treatment. As you see here on the first place, we have surgical methods. It's removal of choristomes and dermoid cysts, and also dermoid of cornea. But as you see, the nevuses and pigmented tumors, they need plastics as well. So we do usually autoplastics. About gemangiomas, I would say that in a older period we had steroid therapy, but it had lower efficacy, 43.3%, and we had so much of we had side complications, and so now we do beta blockers, and 85% of success is seen. And in orbit we see a surgical method of treatment, and it's also very effective. In last years we in treatment of malignant intraocular tumors to creation of this year is we will have opening of a new city, Arkadak, with very great medical infrastructure. In a multi-profile hospital, we have implemented selective intra-arterial chemotherapy, which is organ-preserving surgery. And also in orbit sarcomas, in our country in the last 10 years, we have organ-preserving treatment. It's local tumor removal with further chemo and beam therapy. As a conclusion, I would say that according to our data, Neoplasms of the vision organs in children among the all eye pathologists amounted to 6.4%, occurred often under age of 6 years. In the structure of ophthalmology, benign tumors occurred in 88.5%, malignant in 11.5%. There were no significant differences by gender. Benign neoplasms are localized mainly on the eyelid, which is 46.4%, and epibulbar, which is 32.9%. And the malignant tumors are represented by orbital sarcomas of 2.6% and intraocular retinoblastomas 8.84%. A comparative assessment of information of a content of a clinical diagnostic methods revealed a high information content on ultrasound and CT MRI. The introduction of innovative diagnostic methods and the treatment methods increased the survival rate of the children with malignant process of organ vision to 80%. And the rehabilitation of this category of patients at the expense of the state budget and constant patronage with the provision of a peripheral service allows to have state benefits like these children, these families are exemption from paying for utility costs, and they are the first to get the houses. And furthermore, our country provides the politics of care of these patients. I appreciate for your help, and I wanted to show our center. Of course, it was highlighted in 2042. We had a very bad earthquake in Ashgabat, which have taken all the city, and in our country there was our clinics have survived. Now we have reconstructed it. Now it is combined with a high technology equipment, and they have given a budget to the most needed part of the population. So it's children to 15 years and invalidized people and participants of World War and Afghan War. So in our clinics, of course, we have the Association of Doctors have created and restarted its work, and we have 34 committees, and one of these committees is ophthalmological committees in the Society of Doctors in Turkmenistan, which I lead. From the day where we created this thing, we have a lot of international forums, and I want to invite you to the day of a medical worker in the Turkmenistan, where we have it in 10th of October in Turkmenistan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Она закончила, по-моему.
В Узбекистане есть отделение офтальмоонкологии.
So we have Mr. Islamov from the childhood ophthalmology department, and he will speak today. So the next speech goes to Mr. Tashmatov on innovative technologies on identifying the cataract and surgery. Thank you very much. Please, floor is yours.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli президиум, ustozlar va hamkasblar. Сегодняшняя наша тема – это инновационные технологии в обучении навыкам факомультификации.
So my speech is about innovative technologies for educating the the cataract and its identification. So if ophthalmologist wants to be a surgeon, it will take him a lot of time. It's not only about the education, but also about the location where he is getting his education. And after many years, still he needs to practice more in order to reach some level of the proficiency. We need a lot of years for him to become very independent and a good scientist. And very often for the practice, the eyes of pigs and cows are being used for the practice, but that's not as good as human eyes, and that's why it's very important that the patients do a lot of practical work before they become independent surgeons. So speaking about the human eyes, they are having different structure as well as different diseases from the animal eyes, and we have innovative apparatus, innovative equipment that is called IC Surgical. This is a simulator that resembles this physiology of the human eye. And also the economical efficiency, as well as the decrease of the cost, plays an important role on working with this simulation machine. And we can simulate very rare cases of different diseases, and it provides different experiences for the training. So when we talk about the assessment of the skills, we can say that after using the simulation, our students become much more proficient. So we had more than 40 interns who studied. Also, you can see the minimum to maximum navigations from the frontal camera, and during the training, you can do the same exercises until unlimited. You can have unlimited tries, which is not possible with the animal eyes. So with the simulator, you can do it over and over again. So you can study and educate more. And we can see that average manipulation repetition is 435, which means that the manipulation is being done at the end very perfectly. So someone assesses it. Who assesses it? The artificial intelligence usually assesses it, and we do the analysis, and the artificial intelligence tells what were the mistakes and how to overcome them, and how to improve it. And at the end of the training, our interns could do the surgeries independently, and they could even do the circular retinotomy. And if you want to study, please welcome to our clinic. We will be happy to provide you the simulator. Thank you very much for interesting speech. I would like to add that we teach vitreal surgery, cataract, and this IC Surgical is a very famous simulator that is being used not only in Uzbekistan but also in Russia. So this is definitely very good equipment that helps to identify the mistakes, which improves the quality of the work. And for those who are here today from Turkmenistan and other republic and our practical doctors, I can say that this clinic with IC simulator is always happy to teach you to the most important technological issues, technological things. So welcome. Miss Zulfia, I think we are done for this issue, for this case. Our next speaker is Miss Zulfiya Ruzmetovna, and her speech is very little. We have very strict time limits. So, while giving the resume for the session, I can say that we had very interesting speeches. We had Mr. Hadjaev, Imshanitskaya, Nikolaenko, Yarmak, and we will be having, and we already had Miss Altanay with the child ophthalmology. We had the history of development of glaucoma in Uzbekistan. We had the speech of Tashmatov with innovation technologies. Very interesting, very informative, and capacity building simulation equipment that has no other analogs or similarities in other clinics. So for the plenary session, we are closing up here, and our next session is modern approaches in treating glaucoma. Colleagues, please take your places.
Здравствуйте. Туда подойти, места нет даже. Татьяна Александровна? Здравствуйте, как вы? Все хорошо? Хорошо.
Вот здесь не очень согласен.
Я просто честно. Там как получается, вы не покажете, да?
Да. Ага, вы первый идете, да?
Я пойду.
Хорошо.
Вы представляете, вообще первый.
С удовольствием, конечно. Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, on the plenary session we talked about the organization of the ophthalmological help in Uzbekistan, and now let's move to the modern methods for treating. And we want to speak about different approaches in treating glaucoma, and we would like to call for the stage Mr. Batabekova. Miss Batabekova, she will speak about the modern challenges in treating patients with glaucoma in Kazakhstan.
Кто-нибудь мне...
вот это назад, вот это вперед.
Это вперед. Доброе утро еще раз. Мой доклад вы...
Good morning, everyone. Maybe my speech will be a bit disputable, because we are saying that I will be speaking about the modern challenges, and I don't want just to speak, but I would like to have a discussion. Right now, nowadays, we have a lot of equipment, but despite of that, there are many challenges in the treatment methods that we have. Differentiative tactics for treating glaucoma has been changed from the most traditional methods to the most sensitive methods that are
Специальная литература.
that are most sensitive as of today. We can see the term glaucoma from the in many books. And there are many different authors who claim that it has some epidemiological changes, abnormalities, and usually glaucoma was visible, was persistent among people of the Asian race, and for the reason of this disease, we mostly consider the anatomical structure of the eye. The primary closed angle glaucoma is 15 to 40% of the cases, and 60-80% of the cases, these people are Asian of the Asian race, and women get this primary closed angle glaucoma 3 times more than men. In Kazakhstan, we mostly see this among the local population, local Kazakhs originated from Kazakhstan, who are 43-45% of total population, and also we can see that in comparison with the European race whom we have in our country, such as Russians, Koreans, and etc., the probability among Kazakhs is much higher. Also, we have we notice that the closed angle glaucoma has the higher prevalence. In China, we can see that there are also high prevalence. In Kazakhstan, we could see that different regions have different prevalence. For example, in East Kazakh region, we have 48.5% of local population, and glaucoma is 8.7%. In Kızılar'da, where the local population is 49%, the glaucoma share of glaucoma is 4%, the prevalence of glaucoma. So when we speak about the anatomical peculiarities of Asian glaucoma, we can say that they have very short frontal axis and etc. I won't mention that because we all know the difference of Asian peculiarities of the eye. So speaking about the new aspects of pathogenesis of glaucoma, we have anatomical optical peculiarities. So we identify the frontal axial size of the eye, and also we calculate and identify the thickness of the wall. So we understood that in the 90s, we identified that Asian population, Asian eyes have higher probability of glaucoma. But then we came up to the question why Japanese are not having these closed angle glaucoma as much as the Chinese have. So we did the correlation of these.
Under our surveillance, we had 140 eyes, and men were 34, and women were 36. Asians were 24, and Europeans were 21. Let's go by parameters. The front and back sizes of Asian people. Previously, I was really sure that there are differences. To be honest, There is so Asians have a longer eye. All my life and 46 years of profession, I thought that Asians have a shorter eye. So our data shows that in Asians the eyes are longer and Europeans are smaller, 24 and 21. It's weird, but it is. I'm just constatating whatever we have received. The central thickness, the central thickness of a cornea, and just pay attention that the central thickness of a cornea in Asian people it's 594. In Europeans, it has become 644. I was shocked. And I don't really understand why so long we talked about vice versa. The lens. It was always known that in a small and narrow eye, the lens is much better, much bigger. What we have got is the Asians had 5.63, Europeans had little more. Excavation of a nerval disc. 46 years of my work, I was sure that excavation was Asians deeper, have a bit more vertical component. Again, it didn't work out. Whatever we wanted to take to here, it happened vice versa. Almost the same data. Like excavation of a standards is like. Excavation is like 0.96 in Asians and 0.99 in Europeans. Maybe Kazakh Europeans a little bit different than other Europeans, but in my case it's. But look at the picture now. And purely anatomotopographic parameters in a frontal cameras, the OBM, we can really see the difference. Asians, please, it's 20.5, and the Europeans is like 21. So it's not fully a local module. It's real. So there is a difference between lens and deepness of iridis. It's like it really differs in Asians and Europeans. The distance of ciliary mandibular and equator of and lens is really different in Europeans and Asians. We can see the locally concrete problems. Why only 1 out of 10 people with a small size of the frontal people have a closed angle glaucoma? The first was Quigley said that given a hypothesis. So just like Krasnov has noted about it, the reason to moving of the lens, it's the thickness of a choroidae, and one of the reasons is extravascular space for the choroidae, and it gives choroidal fluid. And the fluid must go through the sclera, right? And our experience has been done by Tritons. It's very specific. So the choroidal thickness was between distant hyperreflective signal from the pigment epithelium to the continuous hyporeflective line at the sclerochoroidal interference. The latter corresponded to the inner border of a sclera. So measurements was carried out at seven points: frontier, temporal, and nasal areas. So the results have showed that the difference between close angle and open angle glaucoma Just take attention. In a POAG is 250 and closed is 369. Only in 20% it leads to formation of a slit-like anterior chamber, an increase of IOP to 60 millimeters of Hg, which decrease importance the development of acute attack of glaucoma. In our opinion, the determination of choroidal thickness in persons with suspected glaucoma should be indicated with diagnostic tests. So, clinical case. Patient was born in 1991 with diagnosis of a glaucoma with burst of a glaucoma. You look at the difference between inner vision pressure and look at the parameters of lens and cornea. So if you take attention to choroidea, as like for me, a person who has done it for a long time, we have never accented it. Look at the choroidea; it increased in times, and it really creates a problem within this eye. The increasement of choroidea of eye with interstitial edema, it gives the effect is given for hypotensive measures. In a modern methods, I will not surprise anyone, because our colleagues from China and Korea look at it from that perspective. They do the PEC with simply clear lens, and we get the good results. Criteria of movement of from monosurgery, we count on the number. So, like if the front and side sizes are in 23 to 2.5 millimeters, so then there is a history of a subatic attacks of a glaucoma. We offer do the FEC in these eyes regardless of any other consequences. So the algorithms which we offer differential tactics. It's our approach. It must be discussed, but we think of this way, like having everything that we have as equipment. It's OPM in position of correlations of all the parameters which I have highlighted. We want to divide these groups to this position. If trabecular contact is very highlighted and popularly block, and we have to make the measurements of PER, PC, CR, IOP levels, and choroidarium thickness, and intratrabecular contact of a lens with iris, and the level of a ciliary body and the thickness of a choroidea, and with the shortening of the degree of the angle of the camera, and the iris is prominent. So the stage of glaucoma and choroidon thickness, it is very important. So popularly block, you know that intratrabecular contact is expressed, convex iris profile, criteria for choosing tactics for treatment, of course, frontal and back sizes, the lens and iris sizes, and in the downwards we offer our treatments, hypertensional treatment, hypotensional treatment, stack, and it's very important in which phases it should we do. Should we combine it, or should we do an iridectomy? We are just coming to discussion and to create our own algorithm of treatment. Moreover, in creeping and shortening, we do ITK, and we do the drainage surgery. It's very, very popular now, but we have a lot of complications like short time and long time, and unfortunately fibrous tissue enlargement is one of the main problems we have. And the last one is vitreolenticular block. It's systemic hypertension therapy, and then FEC and filtering vitreocelicoectomy. So do it at any cost. Do the vitrectomy if you have opportunity to take away part of the to the vitreous, and then go to surgery. We cordially invite you on 31st of May at the Congress of Ophthalmologists of Kazakhstan. We do it once in 2 years, and we have a lot of guests, and we would be very happy to all our friends who would come to our Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your speech was very interesting, Miss. And our next floor is the next floor goes to Mr. Hadjayev, and he will speak about optimizing the technologies of micro impulse diode, laser coagulation, and refractor glaucoma. Treating refractor glaucoma. Dear Presidium, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my speech is about the terminal glaucoma and its treatment, which is right now is being considered one of the most prevalent glaucoma with a very high resistance despite of the treatment, and it's a very big clinical issue, and the big issue for the doctors and the patients. So we mostly use diode laser cyclophotocoagulation, and we use it because it's very important for the terminal glaucoma, because the patients have very high pain syndrome, and we can say that it was not the other methods could cope with the pain, but they could not cope with the consequences and complications. So we came up to this method of cyclophotocoagulation with a micropulse mode. And last year in the Congress of American Ophthalmologists, I have presented this, and by using 810 millimeters, we can have this procedure technically easy enough on different methods, and this method started being used. We're using it in Russia and other countries, and we have faced that there are many publications about this method, and there are many different methodological differences and approaches, different dispositions, and for example, there were researches with different impulsivity, different power and capacity. So we decided to conduct clinical research on multidisciplinary level, where we also worked in partnership with the Institute of Transdigital Medicine of the Russian Federation and our clinical department. And I would like to share the results of this multidisciplinary research. So we did the research on the experimental, we tested it on the animals, and there were different characteristics and correlations. I will not speak on each stage, but I will speak about what was important for us. So it was important for us to understand the mechanism of cyclophoto system, and which would be coming to the terminal destruction. So if the patient is having the terminal destruction, we used we saw the researches on the capacity of 2.5, but there was no research on 2.8. So we used 2.8 regime, and the research showed that in both of the cases we did not identify coagulation zones. We could not find.
Доходящего вплоть до
And the epithelium was not laying out, and definitely it was related to the anatomical characteristics of the patient. And based on our research, we came to the following conclusions. It said that there is
носит обратимый характер. Это
there is a pre-inflammation reaction where the inflammation cytokines are being activated. They decrease the.
Я сразу хочу сказать, что мы
influx of the cytokines, so we use different literature, and we found in sources from 1975 the Russian scientists who did a lot of research of the
склеры. Таким образом, мы еще раз получили это.
Of the eye, and based on his research, we came to improve our method, and we came to the conclusion that we should whatever we have is enough to move to the clinical, improving the clinical efficiency. Here you can see the characteristics of the clinical material that we had on our hands. In all parameters, all the patients were identical. The further analysis showed that we had differences on coping with the pain, and the group who had the cyclophoto system in a traditional method, they had higher pain syndrome, while our control group who had the new method of the cyclophoto photocoagulation technique had lower pain characteristics, less pain. So we could say that microcyclophotocoagulation gives better results with less pain, and also it provides with prolonged effect. For efficiency, I can say that the differences between the main and control groups, they are not much, and statistically we can see the difference, and we can see the difference between subgroups. If we use continuous wave microcyclophotocoagulation, we could see more differences. If we do only one time, the differences are very small. You can see that the control group with 2.8 has showed in the end better results than the main group. And also I would like to say that the patients who were having continuous microphotocoagulation, they had less necessity to have hypertensive eye drops. That means that the compliance starts at the point when the patient has to use the eye drops because he has some discomfort, he has some dryness, and etc. And very often, unfortunately, he does not use the drops because patients forget or something. And when the doctor asks them, they sometimes lie saying that they used it, but according to the results, we can see that the drops are not being used properly. So this is hydrodynamic of eye. Microcyclophotocoagulation does not decrease the wetness or the wetness generation, tear generation of the eye, and we have the apparatus inside the eye that generates the wetness for the eye, and microphotocoagulation does not decrease the capacity of that apparatus and also we know that hyaluronic acid that is being produced by our body, it modulates the condition of the eye, and also it helps to improve the reaction of the matrices. Also it improves the pathophysiologic condition of the eye, and also it gives the reaction for the surgery that was done on the eye. And in order to support homeostasis of the eye, it's impossible to regenerate 50%, at least of 50% of the eye liquid, intraocular liquid. And taking into account that our body generates the liquid, it's important to make sure that the cyclophotocoagulation to use it, because it does not ruin the apparatus that generates the liquid. When we conduct ultrasound biomicroscopy, we wanted to see how cellular bodies react on the process. In all the groups of the patients that we have done microcyclophotocoagulation, we could see the following results, where the thickness of cellular body wasn't decreased, and we call it subatrophy of the cellular body. And in control group, where it was done on continuous wave, the The thickness of the ciliary body in a control body was as follows. It was in the beginning 0.50 millimeters, and in the end it was 0.38 millimeters. Where we used 2 watts on segments, the thickness was increasing. So the hydration is the same. Where we use 2.5 watts, our attention was mostly on group 3, where we used 2.8 watts. In the beginning, the thickness was 75. In the and we did not see any difference in the thickness. So microcyclephoto thickness does not cause any structural changes in the body, which is very important because the change in the physiological anatomy negatively affects the body. So when we have a thin CCL body, for them we used continuous methodology, continuous wave therapy, and the cellular body was the same, with the same parameters of the thickness and the length of the endings. Speaking about the conclusions about the microcellular coagulation, this method helps with the coping of the pain, improving the pressure. It's very safe. There was no structural changes. And speaking about the safety with the thin cellular body, within 2 years the stability of anatomy topographical characteristics was the same, and hydrodynamic indications were the same. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Назирал Сагдулаевич.
Thank you very much for your speech. And next, the floor goes to Miss Tatiana Ingenetskaya, and she will speak about silicon glaucoma and ways to solve this problem.
Глубоко уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, we are giving a talk about the silicon glaucomas and the problems of and the ways to solve this problem.
пролиферативной витреотинопатии, пролиферативная диабетическая ретинопатия, осложненная.
And so, with the retractionally retina taken up, endophthalmitis, this is all the conditions that makes us the vitreoretinal surgeons to do the tamponade with the silicone oil. So traumatic glaucoma, we have it after the traumas of the eyes, 2.64, and convections is about 3%. The amount of intraocular pressure highness, it goes 4.5 times in incorrect choices of silicon oil, 5 times fault when the using of balanced the solar conjunctions, and glaucoma as a side effect or complication of emulgation of silicone oils, and the open angle glaucoma comes to 60%, and in some people say that it goes to 70%. Some of the risk factors: aphakia, sugar diabetes, increasing of the pressure due to operation, uveitis, trauma, and previous surgeries. Post-surgery risk factors: presence of a silicone oil in a front camera, emulgation, rubeosis, and having steroids for a long time. Emulgation of a silicone oil is a big problem for retinal surgeons because this complication is not only glaucoma and pressure increase, it's also inflammation and proliferation. The migration of emulgized silicone to a front camera goes to closage of trabecular network. So the vision block and the syncytial closage of a frontal camera and rubeal of the eyes, and the trabecular network can bring to sclerosis and collapses of a trabecular network and the closage of the flow to back. So therefore we have a very important task in front of the surgery to have anatomical structure and functioning of it's very nice that if the surgical tactics have glaucomators as well, or you have to have a team. The optimal ways to decrease the pressure. First of all, it goes medicamentous treatment, then it goes laser treatment, and in the end it goes surgical. So medicamentous treatment efficacy is not more than 70%. Steroids, cyclogenetics, and others. So laser methods of treatment. Selective laser trabeloplasty is one of the important, especially if we're dealing with the only eye. So prophylactic lower surgical iridectomy or laser peripheric chordaectomy. The laser method of development. Now we have a lot of patients where you use impulse intra-ophthalmologic photocoagulation. The surgical methods of a treatment of a refractory glaucomas, it seems like very easy one to remove the oil from the front cameras, but we know the processes that happens in the corner and with trabeculus after removing. It's like tamponitis, trabeculectomy, and tamponada. And as you see, the absence of iridis, and we have taken the lower angle to implanting the drainage system, and impossibility to implant this thing for free. Subconjunctival burst of the sphere, and patient came very late, and it's known that donor materials come for help. The removal of silicone oil, we are discussing very interesting and ununderstandable vision loss after removing the silicone mass, and it goes 11%. So when we use the Regidican oils, so we see that from 8 to 11% retina problems, regardless the techniques. So the issues that are located with wound changes is can be done can be accessed medically. We have our law on transplantation. And we have learned that clinical protocols on transplantation of eyes, and so we take the materials from transplantologists. It's a multi-organic taking the amnion. We have bank of allografts of vessel and other tissues, and the department has been formed in 2021. The transplantation of iris and sclera is one of the hardest problems, and the defects after implantation of a drainage. It is still a problem. So the eye of the patient, 11 surgery on implantation of a drainage unit. So patient had hemophilia, the trauma of a childhood, and this is non-silicone glaucoma. Amniotic membrana is used widely during 20 years with the forming of filtrational pillows, plastics of defects, and it's like we cut the drainage tube. So this is the classical portrait of a patient with silicone glaucoma with emulgation of silicone oil. Of course, pandemia has given their own correctives. So now some of them were frightened to come for a help, but in our country, the the help was done in a full volume. If we even made the surgery in coronavirus patients as well. As a rule, when we go to preserve the eyeball, to preserve all those visual functions which he received, it's as a rule, this is the only eye. When we come to a desperation, we can of course use the second implantation of a drainage device in order to decrease the pressure in the eye. So when we asked the Professor Barton how do we live in this situation, he said, well, to keep the visual function of the only eye, you can do that. The conjunctival complications, it's we also have rupture changes and scar changes. Now we are working with the coronavirus effects, and we have seen the patients who had to take surgical treatment in 2019, but they come to us only now. The problem is not only implantation of drainages, but and the other medicaments as well, which patient get, and the amount of the surgical interventions. So here the patient, the classical taking of the drainage tube. So I had a surgery of and taking a silicone mass, and here the donor material comes to a help. Of course, the implantations of drainages with all the above mentioned methods of examination after doing close down vitrectomy, as is indicated for these patients, in controlled increase of pressure, we can do the second implant. The silicone glaucoma, of course, the ways of solutions are very complicated, but for our view, the main thing is to minimize the usage of a silicone oil in the treatment of silicone pathologies, especially after the trauma. And I want to finish my talk with words of Navai. When the spring is in all the planet, the beauty of the flowers of the flowers must be observed, and the idea of God was giving eyes to a person is to be able to see this beauty. I want to appreciate the organizers and ophthalmologic service in Uzbekistan. It's so great. Thank you very much, Ms. Tatiana. You're, as usual, very emotional, very, very good. So the next talk is Nikolaevich, the surgery of a glaucomas. The next talk. Good day, dear Presidium, dear colleagues. Thank you for coming and between us. 10 minutes that you weren't missing. So our talk will.
Итак, фильтрующее вмешательство является самым мощным инструментом нормализации.
The Institute of making ophthalmatosis, it's a trabeculectomy. Of course, the long-term effect of a trabeculectomy cannot be taken away from the trabeculus, because a lot of intensity of which happens in the eye surface of a patient is one of the main factors of a risk in unsuccessful surgical treatment. The main problem of a modern surgery of a glaucoma is absence of filtration, and because due to the wound heal problems. So the main element of having surgery is like the polyclinical doctor treated the patient for a long time, and on how serious is unfortunately the negative input of active substance of eye drugs is information that there is a research in this light, that the analysis of sinus trabeculectomy, which has been done in our inpatient, and we see the patients who have gained the results, who have done analogs of prostaglandins. The first one is and so cytoprotective effect is minimal of this is minimal, and also to the Becher cells are also very small. The most cell is a beta blockers and inhibitors of carbohydrate, and having the whole success in this is 75%. So the next is 3-component treatment is maximally effective, and at the same time it decreases the regimen of having this patient with glaucoma, and full success on the surgery in 2 years, where we have observed is like 73%, and they asked the necessity to have hypotensive surgery in almost 39% of the surgeons. We cannot unhighlight the conservant burden. The conservant burden on a patient which is on the surgery table with the first chat uncompensated glaucoma, which do not leave any chances on achieving ophthalmic tonus with other methods, and or some patients who have get only with so the success was with sinus trabeculectomy. So how many years we can have these patients on eye drops without risking losing everything in a surgery room? As a result of the clinical examinations which has been given in a start version of a glaucoma, the observation should become to zero, and we know that if patient in some of the cases he was in a surgery table right after the surgery, the results were very, very good. But usually we do the step-by-step the treatment of a glaucoma, and we do the 3 years of a 3-component of a glaucoma doubles the risk of unsuccessful surgical treatment. So prolongation of therapy up to 6 years lead to sudden increase in symptoms of a dry eye and to 6 times. So this literature corresponds to the data of our clinic. So the results of dissertational work of who is in this hall also says that the 6 years of a 3-component therapy of glaucoma is the endpoint which allows us to get the high anatomical and functional results in a following surgical treatment. So from these facts, do we have an imperative conclusion? Do we need to make a surgery on these patients after 6 years? No, none of the guidelines you find these things. In a surgery, it's one, but the conservative and laser methods of surgery is very important. It can be determined as in the first 2 years of observation of a patient, and it can be based off surgical treatment in the beginning stage of the disease, but it can demonstrate stable flow of the disease during 10 or more years in compliantness of a patient and a good doctor with a good technical review. Therefore, saying that the time of having patients is team of surgeries is incorrect. But what we can, must be very sure that a patient who received 3-component therapy of a glaucoma during 6, not saying about the more amount of time, requires preoperative preparation of eyes. One, very precise thoughts and planning of a surgery. 2, and prolonged and combined anti-inflammatory treatment. 3. So here we have our vision of surgery. So first surgery in a patient with a glaucoma as sinus trabeculectomy or non-invasive surgery in the beginning of surgery. So in the beginning of the young patients, it's good to use shunts and other methods of decreasing the pressure. And what about the secondary glaucoma? I would take attention that the necessity in the second surgeries in secondary glaucoma or in the first in a line of patients with primary open-edged glaucoma and with the symptoms and clinical signs of treatment of eye surface, the illustrations which you see on the slide. In our vision, it's the indication to choose of implantation of Ahmed Klapan as a first intervention, taking into consideration that these patients have factors of risks which are on this slides present, like previous unsuccessful interventions, concomitant dry eye syndromes, unreasonably intense and long-term pharmacological effects of the ocular surface. It all comes to put the Ahmed's valve implantation. So as our data is, none of these slide factors are not the contraindications, and it cannot be independent risk of trabeculectomy. So as a followingly full woman with diabetes, she's not a model which would say that since trabeculectomy would be unsuccessful. The time. Okay, sorry. If we plan the surgery of a filtrating type, we have to do this regimen, the preoperative surgery on the eye surface without conservative hypertensive drugs and eye suppressors and bronchinoc in a month before the surgery, and it's very important post-operative surgery which have a pro-inflammatory effect in tuberculosis with scleroplastic detachment of the epithelium. That's why even if there are no risk factors during the post-operative period, you need prolonged 6 weeks usage of a dexamethasone and NSAID. And if you come with a situation like this, either encapsulations or removal of a filtration, then post-operative surgery must be prolonged up to 2 or more weeks with usage of a dexamethasone to ftormetalone, because the main problem that we have in glaucoma surgery, it's not the beautiful fistula, but it's, yes, of course, it's but the hardest is to prepare the patient and to take it to manage him after the surgery. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Radim Petrovich. Very interesting talk, and we have a regulation on a talk. So I would ask the next person who would give us a talk, Olga Vermak, please. Now follow up the timelines, please.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемый президиум.
Dear colleagues, I would be happy to do my presentation on endophthalmitis associated with surgical treatment of glaucoma. First of all, the first time we heard about endophthalmitis after the surgery, we according to the sources is dated 1914, so it was more than 100 years ago, and we know that
0,2 до 0,7% случаев. При фильтрующих
So during the filtrating operations, the risk of the inflammation is 0.2%, up to 6 years it's 1.2%, and during the drainage surgery, the complications is 1.5%. According to the research, risk on endophthalmitis and other long-term complications, the risk is very long. Within the 5 years after the surgery, it's 1.1%. There are different cases when after the surgical treatment the endophthalmitis happens. Usually it happens when we have viscoanatomy with glaucoma threat and trabeculectomy with trabectome. In 2000 we had 6-year-long retrospective research, and the researchers have made the following conclusion. They had 3 phlebites and 17 endophthalmites. The next research, which was done in 2001, there were 10 different clinics with 27 different surgeons doing their research, and for 17 years, they had 131 patients within 17 years who had endophthalmitis. In 2010, there was very important publication where there was a lot of publications about the clinical cases and the articles being written on them, and the oldest clinical cases were as follows. There was a sinusotrabeculectomy, and the less complications was in non-invasive way of doing the surgery. So what is phlebite and what is endophthalmitis?
and it's regularly predominant in having a conservative surgery. At the same time, with the usage of endophthalmitis, the prognosis is variable, and it requires not only the local treatment but also systemic treatment with having antibiotics and with intraarterial antibiotic therapy. So they made a conclusion that after a non-invasive surgery in glaucoma, statistically less options of having infectious complications. So the main task of a doctors is to go through the to follow up them after the surgical treatment, and they have to teach the patients on the infectious process associated with the surgery glaucoma, and it allows to have the earlier treatment of these situations. One of the a lot of risk factors have been determined in glaucoma. Regarding the sinus trabeculectomy, the main type is interventioning type of a surgery and trabeculectomy. So what about the drainages? It is to have the drainages in a lower period. The treatment of this situation in infections dedicated with the changes of zone of filtrational pillow, it's enough drops, antibiotic drops, and possibly even if you don't have Gipopian, and because treatment of intensivity during the endophthalmitis. And the other moment that colleagues have highlighted is during the outer filtration. It's a closage of the fissure, and putting compressional sutures and the wound changes, and so the intravitreal antibiotics-ectomy, the vitreoectomy. The question is discussionable because the approaches that we use during the endophthalmitis after cataractal surgery, it's not always good for the patients after the glaucoma surgery. So now we have given a clinical case. It's just which we had not long time ago. 65 years old man in 2019. He had a contusion, and they had valvulotomy, and they had trabeculectomy and secondary glaucoma, and she had a drainage system implemented. In 2023, the patient had inflammatory changes, and he came ambulatory, and they came with a diagnosis of ophthalmitis, drainage rupture, and with no signs of a vision. We have given a systemic treatment and with antibiotics, corticosteroids, and with the drainage things, and we had with a wash of a Gipopion and vancomycin intra-ophthalmologically. So a patient gets subjective betterment, but we couldn't see the objective signs of a treatment, and then we took him to a surgery, and then in 1 month we had a vision 0.03 increase, and they got the pressure went down, and the antibiotic therapy continued. So 2 weeks therapy of antibiotics, it happened then that we had nothing to see. The second clinical case is a young woman. They have surgery with the only eye, and first surgery was done in 2008, and then they had relapses and retectomy, and they used the silicone oil. As a result, in 2017, in formation of secondary glaucoma, we had put first drainage, and then we have put the second drainage device, and in 2019 as a rupture we had plastics of drainage. So in 2020 we had again the drainage tube was taken out, and the patient was offered as a surgical treatment. So as a COVID patient refused the hospitalization and treated by herself, and the next time she came to us in 2024 with an ophthalmitis and with the rupture of drainage tubes and aphakia and avitria. So the patient has given a systemic antibacterial corticosteroidal treatment. So we have been able to remove the drainage and put and installed the drainage tube, but unfortunately history has not finished. In 1.5 years she came with this kind of a clinical case with the rupture of a second drainage tube. It was fallen away, drainage was taken away, and systemic treatment, antibiotics, corticosteroids we have done without intravertebral intervention, and trabeculectomy. These patients, but the things were definite. We haven't get any flora determined, and as a result, in 1 month, the vision became the same as he came. So, and the last clinical case, it was easier. So patient here, after very many surgeries, the eye is zero, and the patient doesn't want enucleation, and patient had pain syndrome, and we found sclera defect. We had this plastics of a defect with the donor transplantation. We have done anti-inflammatory therapy without intervention of antibiotics. Infectional things can bring to a very hard things with after doing the surgical treatment, and the approaches to surgical treatment, they must have individual character, and they have to have a standardized treatment, and it's very hard to make it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Olga Alexandrovna. Dear colleagues, we worked very well. Organizers are inviting us for a coffee break, and we can ask questions to each other, discuss whatever we have had. Thank you very much. 12 hours, we're coming back to a very interesting talk, talking about the new technologies in treatment of a frontal side of the eye.
Я хочу посмотреть, как тут вообще. Реализация.
Ага, видно или нет? Угу. А это не работает? Не работает указанное.
Дорогие коллеги, прошу рассаживаться. Мы не укладываемся в регламент. Тут фотографируется. Дорогие коллеги, оргкомитет мне сообщает, так как на этой секции будут 2 доклада на английском языке, можно там в углу взять наушники. Идет синхронный перевод.
Глубоко уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, давайте мы начинаем, иначе мы задержимся надолго. Пожалуйста, побыстрее. Иначе вы пропустите очень интересное сообщение.
Здрасте.
Ну что, пусть еще подсоединят. Дорогие коллеги, мы продолжаем наш замечательный конгресс, и наша секция называется «Новые технологии в лечении патологии переднего отрезка глаза». И мы предоставляем слово замечательному профессору.
Today I decided to tell you about anti-myope keratitis. I'm sure all the eye doctors have faced it at least once in their life, and they understand how important that problem is. Despite the prevalence of this problem is 0.1 to 0.4 per population.
То может, если вы не своевременно установите диагноз, оно
So if we will not identify the diagnosis on time, it can bring to perforation of the different problems such as retinal detachment and etc. So why acanthamyop is very contagious, and it helps, it facilitates the initiation of the bacteria, entrance of the bacteria, and causing some more problems. And then as a result, we have complications, and the results of the cytolysis can be prevalent. So there are two types of acanthamyop, cysts and the abnormal forms, atrophozoids. So the atrophozoids are active forms, and cysts are passive forms of acanthamyop. So you will probably ask why it happens and how they are being fixed on the surface. They're usually being attached to soft tissues as well as hard, tough, rough tissues. So, what are the reasons of this illness? Mostly the people who use contact lenses have this disease because usually the hypoxia of the cornea happens, and this pathogen is it's a very, very good environment for this pathogen. So if you will have a patient with keratitis, first of all, you should ask whether he wears contact lenses and how well he cleans it. And in 99% of the cases, he will probably say that he uses contact lenses and he or she wasn't very good in managing and handling the contact lenses. And usually this illness doesn't have has very high pain syndrome, also the solar sensitivity. But at the same time, you should be very careful with this because it is very hard to treat this disease, because acanthamyop is very resistant to different therapies, such as antimicrobial therapies. Also, you will see how to identify this disease. You will see something like herpes virus, microviruses, and on more late stages, it looks like this. Like on the first picture, you will see infiltrate. You will see the lysis of the cornea, and then we will end up with by having abscess. So what are the differentiative diagnostics of this disease? There is
для древовидного кератита.
So it's herpetic keratitis is one of the differentiation, and the second one is
То, что вы видите на слайдах, значит, в виде хлопьев таких, значит, инфильтраты.
And the second type is alveolar keratitis. So when we diagnose this disease and its differentiations, we can I mean, there's so many ways of diagnostics, and I don't want to go deep into the microbiology of this disease, but we know for sure that microscopy is the best way to identify this disease, and then we will be able, through the microscope, see the cysts as well as the anthropozoids. So, speaking about the additional methods of diagnostics, also the sample from the nose can help us to identify the virus. So, very often we use conservative treatment, and unfortunately doctors are not being able to treat it well. So the most effective method of treating this is 0.02% of chloride hexidine, which is being used as extempora, as well as bethadine of the solution of 0.02%, which is being used as extempora. Also, the fluconazole in different forms are being used, mostly 0.2% as the drops for intravenous injections, and the wide range of antibiotics such as moxifloxacin, ciprofloxacin, and others are being used. And I advise use the droplets and use them at least 8 times per day, not less than 8. The more, the better. And the mandatory thing to use are the eye drops, and mydriatics are very important. The drops and the regenerating medicine is very important. Most of them.
При смешанных формах, значит, антибиотики, если, значит, там есть.
If at the same time with the keratitis we have a bacterial infection or herpetic infection, we shall infuse additional medication. For example, for bacterial infection, we need to have fortified installations of antibiotics, and during herpes virus, as an addition, we should use antiviral medication. At the same time, we should admit that very often the keratitis has mixed forms, and in this case, we should use dexamethasone, chlorhexidine 0.02%, fluconazole 0.1%, and riboflavin within 60 minutes after the using of this medication. Also, anti-infectious, antiviral, and antimicrobial medication shall be done persistently. At the same time, we should speak about the duration of the medication. It should be prevalent without any intervals in between. And indications for keratoplasty: due to the high risk of recurrence of amoebokeratosis, there is possible development of the complications, and therapeutic keratoplasty is indicated in the following conditions. We should have progressive thinning of stroma with the development of dexamethasone and perforation. This is my patient with his eye before the treatment. He was treated in another clinic in my city for several months, but after he came to me, we changed the tactics, and the eye, you can see that it started changing. So this is a real clinical case study, and now this is this is the condition now, and now we are ready to keratoplasty now. So as a result, I can say that there are always some risks among the patients with the contact lenses, and this is very important topic. Especially if you have sensitive eyes, you should be careful about should be careful for swimming in different pools. Now the next floor is the professor from the Belarus, Miss Galina Romanovna Seman, and she will give the speech. Her speech is about the clinical findings on low molecular sodium hyaluronate during the dystrophic diseases of eye.
Мы прекрасно знаем, что больше 26 миллионов.
More than 26 million people have problems with their eyes, their vision, and half of them are still continuing. They're losing their vision, and mostly it's related to the loss of the transparency of the cornea. And when we do the transplantation of the cornea, sometimes we have
прибегать к повторной кератопластике.
It doesn't work out, it fails, and we need to do the cornea transplantation again. And very often we use hyaluronic acid, but the Austrian scientist has showed the effect of hyaluronic acid on tear film thickness as assessed with ultra-high solution. They identified that the effect lasts for 30 minutes, and we have done the clinical case study, and we have came up with the justification and proof for clinical efficacy of new direction of treatment for patient, and our new medicine is called Gyalrin, which has increased efficiency for local processes using the hyaluronic acid. So how we designed our research, we had two stages. First was clinical trials, and the second in the second stage of the clinical trials we were treating, and we have two subgroups. One was main group, and the second one was control group, where we used sodium, and we were doing the analysis by immunohistochemical method. We had 144 patients in the main group and 128 patients in the control group. We had endothelial dystrophy with keratoconus and others. We were using 1% sodium hyaluronate 3 times per day.
Раз в 2, 3, 4 недели на фоне инстилляционной терапии.
And we were doing a lot of stellical therapy, which were persistent. After subconjunctival infusion, most of the patients use discomfort around the site of injection, and it creates some dehydration. After the second day, everything gets back to the normal because the medicine is being dispersed properly, and after 5-6 days you can actually do the secondary injection. clinical effect of subcommittal injection of hyaluronic acid was studied among 144 patients, and we identified that 74 patients had decrease of improving transparency of the eyes, improving the vision of patient. 91% of patients had improvement of cornea syndrome, and in 97% of patients we had improvement of the thickness of the cornea of the layer. And after first injection, we could see that we had less complaints from the patients, and patients would be feeling much better and seeing better. The improvement of the transparency, after improving the transparency, we had keratoplastics among the patients, and the patients with the pre-op handling and injections, they had better outcomes after the surgery. The patients who did not have preparation to the keratoplasty with the surgeon, they had lack of epithelialization after third day. So we came to the conclusion that having preparation subconnective injections are very important, and they serve as a facilitation for the surgery and decreasing the complications. So we also did sinus trabeculectomy, and after keratoplasty we could see that this pre-op and post-op injections would help to keep the transparency at a high level, and the transplant would be will not fail, and the rate of acceptance was 99%. Here we see. Here is the result for using 1% of sodium for prevention of corneal dystrophy in patients with risk factors. We noticed these are results of histological research of the corneal implants in patients when they had some problems. So mainly severe lesions were detected. The lights were determined. Massive detachment of epithelium with the formation of pus, apoptic bodies of significant number, thinning of corneal capilla, formation of subepithelium, fibromuscular panus, etc. were prevailing. So when we were comparing patients with the injections and without, we could see in all different fields the ones who had the injection had better results, and they had higher regenerative characteristics, and the results were reaching the control group of healthy patients. So we can say that subconjunctival injections are very effective, and they help with the regenerating while using this medicine. Speaking about the morphological results, sodium hyaluronate help to decrease the synthesis of the bodies that increase the decrease the transparency of the eye levels. And after keratoplasty, the injection can help to rebuild the hydration, activate the process of regeneration of epithelium in the cornea, and also prevent from inflammation and helps to improve the vision. So the drastic increase of the efficiency of the surgery can be visible by using, we can achieve it by using the injections. The local regenerative processes can be facilitated by using the hyaluronic injections. Thank you very much for your attention. I would love to deliver my biggest greetings from Belarusian National Medical University, from our rector, and I wish you good luck and prospective future. Thank you very much, Ms. Simak. This is a very good and huge work to do all these clinical trials and researches. Thank you very much for all your work. The next speech is for the specialist from Switzerland, and he will speak about the design.
Thank you for inviting me, and it's a great honor to be here in Uzbekistan, and we will wait for my slides.
Please, presentation, please.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. We start, Falco Linsen AG is a contact lens lab in Switzerland, established in 1985. We are pioneers in development of specialty RGP lenses. We have more than 700 different designs, mostly for orthokeratology, keratoconus, keratoplastic, sclerals, and all these topics in presbyopic designs. We produce mostly or almost 25,000 premium lenses per year. The company is small, we have 20 employees. We developed the orthokeratology lens 2003, and now we have more than 2,000 customers, mainly in the German-speaking market, Switzerland, Germany and Austria. We are fully certificated by the CE certification MDR, that's the European certification for contact lenses. Let's look about our Ortho-K solutions. We have a solution for a lifetime. That means we start in the childhood and end at the adulthood. We have a myopic management Ortho-K lens. That's not a standard Ortho-K lens. That's a special myopic management Ortho-K lens. The prescription could be between -1 and -8.5. Then we have a standard Ortho-K lens for myopia from 0.25 up to 6. We have one for high myopic. It starts from 6.25 up to 8.5, and we have a multifocal one, and the multifocal one is available in all editions. That means we have from the childhood up to the adulthood for everybody a solution in Ortho-K lenses. Let's go to the myopic management. In 2013, we made, with a collaboration with the University of Auckland in New Zealand, a study with a special myopic management Ortho-K lens. It was a clinical trial with 30 children. The children are between 10 and 14 years old, and we fitted in one eye a standard Ortho-K lens and in the other eye a special Ortho-K lens for myopic management. The progression, we controlled the progression every 6 months up to 18 months, and the measurement includes the axial length, the vitreous chamber depth, the inner axial length, and the choroid thickness. What's special on the myopic management design? We combine the standard ortho-K lens with a dual focus. That means we have a peripheral defocus, and we combine these two to reduce the growing the axial length. When you have a look to the results, we measured one eye with a standard ortho-K lens that are the white points. You see we could reduce the growing in the axial length, but we could not stop. And we have a look on the special myopic ortho-K lens, that are the black points, that shows you we could stop the growing the axial length completely. The same in the vitreous chamber depth. With a standard ortho-K lens, we could reduce it but not stop, and with the special myopic ortho-K lens, we could stop it. That's a great result, and we are very proud of this design, because now we can help to reduce the myopic pandemic, to help to stop the myopia. Now, this lens is available in Uzbekistan. We have a collaboration with the manufacturer Lens Pro in Uzbekistan, and now it's available. The designs from Falco Linsen from Switzerland, produced in Uzbekistan by the Lens Pro lab. Lens Pro visited us in February 2024 in Switzerland, and we spent 1 week to explain the design, to teach, to produce lenses. That means we are in the lab, produce lenses, and we fitted the ortho-K lenses on our own eyes. Now the first Lens Pro is the first lab in Uzbekistan who produce ortho-K lenses. We have several designs. Don't care about the designs, because behind we have a software who helps you to decide the right design for each eyes. The standard ortho-K lenses is nothing special. We have a base curve, reverse curve, landing zone, and the edge. The myopic management design has a treatment zone for the distance vision. Then we have a special myopic control zone, reverse zone, and landing zone. Of course, you can have, or it's available, this design in a spherical design and in a toric design. When you get older, we have also a multifocal one. It's a distance center design, a simultaneous one. You have a distance center and then the addition, who can choose whatever you want. Also spherical and toric. The diameter of the lens goes from 10.2 to 11.7. You choose the diameter about the corneal diameter, the HVID, minus 1 millimeter. Very simple. We choose a high DK over T material. It's a premium material. It starts from 100 DK over T, and it's also available with more DK. And it's UV protection. To choose the right design, behind there is a software, and this software is available for you. It's called SimuLens. It's easy. You can upload your topograph file. You have several topograph systems included. You can also have topograph manually. You can upload your topograph manually by hand. Then the software will make the decision which design you have to choose, and you can order the lens. Very simple. This is a simulance. It looks like you see on the left side, that's topograph you made. Then you see the lens on the eye in the middle with a tear film thickness, and on the right side the fluor pattern. What's the benefit of our Ortho-K lens, or with the Ortho-K lens which is available on Lens Pro? It's not difficult to working with it. It's easy to choose the lens. You don't need a lot of experience. You don't have high costs for a trial set because it's a custom-made lens. You don't have to cleaning or to storage the trial set, and you have always a new lens for your patient. You don't have to be an expert in Ortho-K fitting. The lens is always customized, individual for your patient. With the software, you have a 80% success with the first lens, and you don't have to spend a lot of money for a trial set. We work with this design for more than 20 years, and we have a lot of experience, and it works pretty good. I take a case study or a case for you. We fitted a lens here in Uzbekistan. It's a 15-year-old male, a children. It's a twin. We start with a prescription from -725. After a week, we could use about 5 diopters. Now we have 225. That's after a week. That's a great result. When we will wait another week, we will have plano. That means when you have a higher myopic or a myopic management Ortho-K lens, you have to wait up 1 to 2 weeks for make a decision to order a new lens or to could stop the fitting process. These are the two twins. We fitted the lens in the DMC clinic by Dr. Shanosa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting technology. It may be really day by day. It will be very important for us, and it's very difficult for you. Yeah. Следующий доклад мы предоставляем профессору Лоскутову Игорю Анатольевичу. Это у нас видеодоклад, и мы сейчас ждем, когда...
Now the speech is Loskutov's, and he will have online speech. We hope to have him online very soon, and his speech is about conservative methods of treatment.
Я очень надеюсь, будут полезны для тех, кто занимается этим.
This is very useful for those who deal with improvement of keratoplasty, and it is good when it's done in collaboration. So I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Andrei, who will be doing the speech together with me.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in the last 10 years, the surgery of cornea has been improved, and as of today, the keratoplasty is the most effective methods of treatment, and this method has a lot of pros and cons. At the same time, the transplantation of the membrane has also its pros and cons, and it improves the visual functions and lower frequency of vision. But this surgery has some limitations, such as the duration, handling of the material, loss of epithelial cells, and it can limit the opportunities of the cornea. If we did the previous conservation of the cornea, our colleagues have used this method for a very long time, and one of the concepts is preload system, when we use the injectors with 10 millimeter nozzle and cornea scleral method. Each concept has pros and cons, and from one side we use sometimes a surgeon has the opportunity to make decision on themselves, but sometimes a surgeon doesn't know the quality of the material he has. So sometimes the quality of the material that they have doesn't coincide with the quality he should have, and there are different values, and we should keep in mind that cornea has limited time of the storage, and when we use preload system, we can have the loss of epithelial cells for transplantation and decrease of the coloring power and adhesing, and the load at this system is higher. On this, or in this regard, we can see the most adaptive method, where we have additional years for the surgeon to have the time for putting it into injector. So we would like to say that these practices in Russia and other countries, as of today, these practices are not available, and in our realities, the using of the conservation method is more prevalent, and implementing this into and coming up with the new methods and implementing them into clinic can be very time ineffective and cost ineffective. That's why in most of the cases the cartridge system is still prevailing, where the cornea is being protected. So our goal was to develop the algorithm for having this method. So we had the clinical trials, and we had several materials and methods that we were using. So we were doing the conservation with the chemical treatment. We had 20 eyes to for the clinical trials. During the trials, we have identified the new method of hydrodissection method of work, and with the Spatel we could use the liquid in order to detach the parts, and then the liquid from the membrane would be released, and the transplant would be ready, where he would be saved in conservation aura. We used Balansova from Serofarm, and we also did the comparison of the methods and their effect on endothelium with the classical mechanical method. And here you can see that the green field is the amount of the alive cells, and the black one is the amount of the dead cells. You can see that there is not much difference between the materials. Both of the methods are pretty much very sensitive and good. So the ratio of dead to alive cells was 93. What that means that the conservation with this method can be used for the further surgical manipulations. Also, I would like to show you the classical method of using the dissection. With this method, we could get the transplants. We would put them into the dyes, and then would plant them or keep them on the preparatory glass. So we would use the preparatory glass. We would use the liquid that we would take from the tear. So the extra liquid would be consumed, taken by the transplant, and the sides would be released. And with the help of microscope, then we could see how much liquid is being left. Very interesting thing was noticed that during the clinical trial,
these manipulations were much easier. And in a patient, it would stretch out much better. And we have made a comparison when we put the hands to 10 millimeters membrane in different ways of taking out and take photos, and we looked at it in the moment of stretching it in, and it would be. So the first one is a very twisting membrane, and the level 3 is very weak one. So these membranes, in generally we take them out in a method of and we conserve them, and then we take away the prepared transplanted, and it's not very big one. It's much smaller than the easy one. So it makes the surgery much easier. And we have a lot of clinical examples. So the transplantation of a membrane is taken away, and peripheric part is taken away, and where we don't need, and or even the membrane, it's disseminated into a frontal camera, where furthermore we would correct it, and at the end of the surgery, it would be put a fold in the underneath, so that it would be kept in the inner part of the cornea. So at this point, our surgery is finished. Now we can cut this membrane in any diameter in this approach. So the size and everything is very easy, and we can put it on a cards as well. We have also one of the clinical examples. The other, we take the membrane out and we implement it in a frontal camera, and we see that twisting strength is corresponds to 2 points, and by offers of our colleagues, and some hard moments of untwisting it, we don't see it if the configuration is a little bit different. Of endothelium, we have to correct it by the way of pushing it on some parts on the surface of a cornea. So we do it after twisting up. We're taking out with the same method. And here the surgery is finished. Here's one more example when the membrane was taken on from a donor of older age, and we have to say that these kind of donors are not very good fit in transplantation of a membrane, because twisting power is very hard in this material. You know, it is made in one big fold, and when we try to untwist it, it automatically tries to go back to its own place, right? And there you go. But here we use a little bit different techniques, and after correcting it, we put some air, and it became straight. In a conclusion, I would say that the main task of conversion is a decreasing of the time of this surgical interventions, and making the life for surgeon easier. So, in some cases, the surgery has been gone to from 5 to 15 minutes. It's twice smaller than inter-operative period. So, for hydrotational method of eliminating the membrane, we get the Lanso solution from Flat Farm, and it corresponds to this kind of manipulations. And during the surgery itself, taking into consideration the frontal camera of a system and the quality of the solution, a lot of things depend on that, and the viability of the cells of endothelial cells. Therefore, in general, we were okay with this task to decrease the surgery period, and our approach is universal. It can be used in any country or clinics, and no matter what equipment you have. This approach is corresponds the best.
Так, спасибо за доклад.
Thank you for a talk.
Значит, онлайн докладывается, так что докладчик может спокойно говорить, ты его и не прервешь, и не остановишь. Так, значит, я даю, значит, хочу, значит, предоставить следующий.
I want to give the next word to our guest from the United States of America, Dr. Anur Kupal, Innovations, Transplantations of Palpebra. Dr. Kubal. He will talk about cornea. He would take the controversial to Dr. Kurolskudov because he used this. He uses the methods of eye bank. Mr. Kopal, please.
Doctor, please, microphone.
In order to understand these innovations, we have to go back to the beginning and discuss a little bit about the history of keratoplasty. The first documented successful keratoplasty was performed in Austria in 1906. A bilateral graft, and clarity was maintained in one eye for about 6.5 months. Ramon Castroviejo, however, had the most profound influence on modern-day keratoplasty, and he defined his technique using square grafts in 1937. He developed many of the instruments that we use today. Here's an image of one of his square grafts. The eye banking movement, however, was the next key advancement in the widespread adoption of keratoplasty. This began in New York in 1944, and the introduction of topical steroids also profoundly affected the success of keratoplasty, leading to modern-day keratoplasty as we know it. However, the risks and complications associated with penetrating keratoplasty was a driving force for the evolution of lamellar keratoplasty. As we all know, the intraoperative risks with open sky technique include expulsion of ocular contents and hemorrhage, and there are postoperative issues including the long time required for visual rehabilitation, the weakness of the graft-host junction, unpredictable irregular astigmatism, and a risk for rejection, which could be minimized with transplantation of less tissue. And also there's a high incidence of secondary glaucoma. Gerrit Mellis from the Netherlands was instrumental in promoting lamellar keratoplasty, and he described in 1998 posterior lamellar keratoplasty, or PLK. This involved a large scleral tunnel, manual dissection of the donor and recipient, and the use of air to position the graft. This was innovative but yet technically challenging, and visual acuity is limited to 20/50 because of deep stromal interface irregularities. Mellett in 2004 again described DSEC, which is stripping of Descemet's membrane and endothelium only, and this technique achieved good vision in the range of 20/25 to 20/30. Gorovoy in the United States introduced a microkeratome for the preparation of donor tissue and coined the term DSEC, or Descemet stripping and automated endothelial keratoplasty. This led to the increased adoption of DSEC as the technique became less challenging, and eye banks began to cut the tissue, which led to less surgeon risk for tissue loss and decreased surgical times. Here are some of the insertion devices that you're familiar with: the forceps, which are rather inexpensive, the Busen Glide, which is in theory better for corneal endothelium but does require an AC maintainer. This is the Tan Endoglide, the Endocerter, and this is a device developed by our group, which is a transplant-ready ultra-thin DSEC service. It's less invasive. It can be performed through a sub-4 millimeter incision. Ultra-thin grafts can be used on the order of 50 to 70 microns, which can lead to better post-operative visual outcomes. The closed system allows for delivery of the tissue into the anterior chamber by fluid injection. The injector deepens the anterior chamber, so there's no need for an AC maintainer. No viscoelastics are required, and the tissue emerges from the injector in the proper orientation with the endothelium side down. On the left is a cross-section OCT of the tissue loaded in the injector. And here we have a video of the procedure. It's a very simple procedure. It works well in complex eyes, ACIOL, aphakia, post-vitrectomy, post-glaucoma shunt. The tissue is just advanced to the tip of the injector with a reverse Sinski. The injector is then placed into the eye, and gentle bursts of fluid are delivered by pressing on the plunger to release the tissue into the eye. Additional gentle bursts then unfold the tissue, and you'll see it unfolds in the proper orientation with the S stamp visible oriented such that the stroma side is upwards. We've shown that this results in a very low endothelial cell loss with our technique. On the top, a 7.7% mean cell loss compared to 23.1% for forceps and nearly 25% for the boost and glide. So really it's quite gentle on the endothelium compared to some of the other techniques. However, in many cases, DMEC is a better procedure, also described by Mellis in 2006. It results in rapid and better visual outcomes, with many patients achieving 20/20 vision often in 1 to 2 weeks. And there is an initial learning curve, but many of the challenges are related to graft preparation, which is now performed, at least in the US, by eye banks. This was one of my early cases when I prepared the tissue myself. There's some challenges here, potential for tissue loss, and it was loaded in an IOL injector, which could be quite harmful to the tissue itself. This is our transplant-ready DMEC service. The tissue is loaded in a glass cannula. It can be adopt to these two configurations, a single or double scroll, with the endothelium side on the outside as depicted in the red. Once the tissue is inserted into the eye, it maintains this endothelial out orientation. The chamber needs to be flattened to help unfold the tissue, and so there's some potential for endothelial cell loss from host stroma and iris contact to the endothelium. And as we saw before, various tapping techniques need to be mastered to help address the multiple possible different configurations that the graft may adopt once injected in the eye. Because of these challenges, our group has developed the transplant-ready endothelial in system. Here the tissue is loaded in a special novel cannula with the endothelium side in, and it's maintained in this position in this cannula through transport and use. Once the tissue is delivered into the eye, it unfolds naturally in the proper orientation with the endothelium side down. So some cross-sectional images on your left-hand side of the cannula with and without the tissue, and then on the bottom an OCT image of tissue inside the cannula. We've shown a very low cell loss, about 4% endothelial cell loss. Again, the tissue maintains its orientation during transport. It's delivered through a 3 to 3.2 millimeter incision and emerges from the eye in the proper orientation. So here's a video of one of my colleagues performing the procedure. Can we play the video? Here we go. So again, this is a very simple system. It takes a lot of the stress off the surgeon, results in good patient outcomes. The injector is placed in the eye and placed bevel up. Tissue is injected with gentle bursts of fluid. Additional bursts lead to unfolding the tissue in the proper orientation here with the S on the stromal side. So quite a nice system. The future, however, is in perhaps not transplanting human tissue, but using desmase stripping only combined with topical Rho kinase inhibitors or other medications, injection of cultured endothelial cells, or gene therapy, for instance, for Fuchs endothelial corneal dystrophy. But to get back to corneal transplantation, there will always be a role for penetrating keratoplasty. There are limited indications for endothelial transplants and quite a lot of indications, as shown on the right-hand side of the slide, for PKP and DALK. This is a chart that I've taken from the Eye Bank Association of America. It shows the use of corneal tissue supplied by U.S. eye banks for both domestic and international use over the past 5 years. At the top line, you see the total corneal grafts ranging from about 85,600 in 2019 to nearly 87,000 in 2023. The next line below that, 35,919 grafts in 2019 and 31,000 in 2023, showing that PKP still accounts for over a third of corneal tissue use. Some of the challenges to penetrating keratoplasty in the U.S. is that we are performing fewer of these than EK. Our surgical centers still have to maintain inventory of single-use recipient punches. These may expire and need to be discarded, so it's quite a waste of resources. Internationally, PKP is still widely performed. Surgeons may have limited or no access to single-use donor and recipient punches. These punches may be costly, on the order of $250 here in Central Asia, and this may encourage the reuse of single-use punches, leading to donor tissue damage. As a result, our group has developed this transplant-ready PKP service. We use a special modified punch to create a bridge which securely holds the graft to the rest of the corneoscleral rim for transportation. This bridge can be easily cut during the surgical procedure. Dr. Abdullayev in our group has developed this punch, which you see here. We've done some studies to validate this technology by imaging with OCT, specular microscopy, to show that central corneal thickness remained unchanged in these tissues once cut and stored for up to 7 days, as well as cell density, central cell density, which was unchanged at 7 days. So, in summary, iBank pre-punched penetrating keratoplasty and Dissect grafts maintain corneal quality, transparency, and endothelial cell count. We've presented novel delivery devices and donor punches that provide quality tissue. iBank pre-punched PKP and endothelial grafts promote cost management for surgery centers and international cornea transplant programs, and also decrease surgical times and excellent patient outcomes. Thank you again for the invitation and for your hospitality and for your attention.
Thank you very much. Следующий доклад. Я просто...
Thank you very much. The next floor goes to... I wanted to say that the services of the iBank we have been using for a long time, from 2005 2006, and here we have one of the doctors who started using the iBank. And he does a lot of surgeries, and he does a lot for retinoplasty and eye surgeries. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kalan Hadjayev, who is one of the first users of the iBank.
Дорогие коллеги, разрешите.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to my speech. The cataract surgeon, especially the young one, very often he faces two types of the fears. First is not to damage the back capsule, and the second one, how to evade from keratopathy. So thankfully both of the problems can be treated very easily. The first case can be solved by the retinal surgeon, and the second one by the transplantologist. So right now I would like to show you the most modern methods of keratoplasty. So I want to introduce injection technologies of endothelial keratoplasty in the clinical practice of an ophthalmic surgeon. One of these methods is, as it was said in the previous speech, transplant ready, which is being presented many times in our speeches. So please move ahead and switch the slide. I will not. I want to say more about this, but as of today, there is a boom of endothelial technologies, and the
Поэтому вот я бы хотел представить несколько
through keratoplasty is losing its prevalence. And here's I want to show some clinical cases. Clinical cases number one. The patient 26 years, and she had Alex lens with we have eliminated this lens with glaucomic leftovers. We fixed it to sclera, and we have done ultra thin
и после этой операции
SIAG. And here you can see on the frontal OCT the ultra thin transplantant, which is 90 micron thick, can be implanted. Clinical case number two. This patient already had through keratoplastic, and this patient was operated, had a surgery in Moscow, and right now this surgery is very popular. When we do the implant without taking out the cement membrane. So we take off the epithelium, the injector enters the eye, then the ultra thin fiber, the material is being implanted, and basically saying the air is being pumped, and the operation, the surgery is over.
Вот. Этот же пациент уже после операции, то есть несмотря на то, что это трансплантант остался тот же.
Here the transplant is the same. You can see that the cornea is more transparent. The non-corrected vision has been improved. Clinical case number three, after through keratoplastics. Here they had ultra-thin SIAG. Non-corrected vision is 0.3. On the slide you can see the difference between upper picture and lower picture. This is young patient, 34 years old, who had through keratoplasty. He had cortical cataract, and he had the surgery on eliminating the cataract. So we could do foci emulsification with inset of the capsular, and setting the here you can see that it's even going round because of the liquid. Maybe it looks a bit sore now, but after several days this patient will be very fine. The condition of the of cornea is much better. In the previous speech of Mr. Loskutov, you could hear about the traditional DMEC method. You know that when we use traditional method, the endothelium is being turned up, and this creates sometimes some difficulties for its straightening. And the process of straightening the
И это является еще стрессом.
Tissue can be harder, and it can be very stressful to the surgeon. So if sometimes they use the additional transplant and the problem can be solved. But if you don't have additional transplant, it puts a big stress on the surgeon. So right now we have a new method, new technology that is called transplant ready endo in DMEC, created by World Vision. So the membrane is rolled in such a way that endometrium is inside. So it keeps its shape, and on the picture lower you can see that it's kind of in such a vessel where it's rolled in a special way. So when it is being implanted, it's impossible for it to turn upside down and for endothelium to be up. So we
в нужную позицию. Но нам удалось недавно провести эту операцию. Она впервые была проведена на территории нашего континента, но интересным является тот факт, что расстояние от места заготовки трансплантанта до нас фактически составляет более 16 тысяч километров. И время от заготовки предзагруженной ткани до самой трансплантации в среднем около недели. Но вот непосредственно сама эта операция, тоже пациент с эндотелиальной дисфункцией. Мы прокрашиваем десцеметовую мембрану, это позволяет нам ее лучше визуализировать и удалить из передней камеры. Вот она уходит. И вышеуказанный инжектор, вот как выглядит ткань в этом инжекторе, вводится в переднюю камеру и очень деликатно, не торопясь, это нужно сделать. Вот мы углубляем переднюю камеру, и очень деликатно ее нужно вводить. Она тоже может очень быстро выстрелить, и если она появляется в передней камере очень быстро, то она может свернуться в обратном направлении. Вот она расправляется и фактически сразу принимает ту форму, которая нам нужна. Обязательно накладывается шов. Вот, расправилась еще вот там маленький кусочек справа. И операция завершается введением воздуха. На этом сама операция завершена. Вот состояние роговицы до этой операции и непосредственно вторые или третьи сутки после операции. Вы видите, насколько большая разница, то есть динамика очень быстрая. Спасибо за внимание.
Батыр Набич, я благодарю вас за замечательный доклад. Спасибо вам большое. И я хотел бы, как человек, кто много занимается лет этой трансплантацией, вот такого рода успехи в эндотелиальной кератопластике, конечно, они нам дают очень большой оптимизм. И, значит, удачи, кто занимается кератопластикой, удачи глазному банку.
Слово предоставляется профессору Беликовой Елене Ивановне, главному врачу глазной клиники.
Dysfunction of the
Москва.
Добрый день, глубоко уважаемый.
Of the glands. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I should admit that Tashkent is very sunny even when it's raining outside, and I'm very excited about it. Today's my speech is dysfunction of meibomial glands, and this is mostly related to patients who are usually dissatisfied with the surgery, even though the surgery was done perfectly. So why it happens? Because it's a very important problem, because this is one of the important issue that arises the symptom of the dry eye. And when we notice such patients, when we work with them before the operations, when we need to do the diagnostic, identify all the parameters, in order to have correct operation, to come up with proper design and type of the lenses. So we do it in order to evade problems from the patients because of uneven cover and etc. And definitely, if we do not do proper calculation, the patients can have some problems after very good operation, and the patient would end up having eye corrections because the vision is not correct or the eye is dry and etc. So of course the patients then start complaining that before they had better vision than now, before they had less discomfort than now. So we started noticing that dysfunction of the glands. This is a term used to describe a group of diseases, both congenital and acquired, associated with functional disorders of meibomian glands. And it can lead to changes in the composition of the tear film, diseases of the eye surface, discomfort in the eyes and eyelids, and dry eyes caused by tear evaporation. And to date, it's known as one of the main reason of the dry eye syndrome. So who are in the factor of risk? There are many people, not only the ones who had surgery, but also the age, the anatomic characteristics, and etc. So what are the complaints of those people? So there are many complaints, and they are not specific, and usually they are not correlated with the stage of the disease. They are usually, they always complain for dry eyes, they complain for having...
До операции ни на что не жалуются. А когда
they have problems with they have problems using too much drops, too much discomfort, and etc. So how we diagnose? We do collection of complaints for with the clinical signs. We do detailed analysis, and for diagnostics we use ocular with microscopic stagnation of fairy thicknessing, redness, and etc. We do tests on malfunctioning of the vision. We do many other. We do complexive diagnostics. Here you can see the clinical characteristics of different degrees. This is very important. This is very useful to use. So I will not mention about everything in details, but let's move to the integrated approach to the treatment when we speak about gland diseases. First of all, the diet is very important because we need to consume the ingredients that promote improved generation of the necessary liquids. Also, systemic diseases can be the problem. The environmental factors can be the problem as well. And local therapy aimed at liquefy the meibum, eliminating blockage of the glands, replenishing lipids in the tear film, and decreasing the symptoms of inflammation. Treatment modalities and treatments were significantly among ophthalmologists. When we say about self-treatment procedures, we always say that no treatment is allowed as long as only the massage is allowed, but there is only 5% of the patients who really do the recommendations that we give them. That's why we try to do medical eyelid massage, and we try to do magnetotherapy with the ophthalmic apparatus from Russia. And that's why very often when we notice the dysfunction of the glands, we ask them to come to the clinic. Please take a picture of this table because I will not be able to speak about it in detail. We start treating before the surgery. We start to do preoperative help, and they do phacoemulsification, refractory surgery, and etc. When we do the surgical treatment, definitely you can be treated well and you can have some complications, but the better you are prepared for the surgery, the better results you will have. So when we choose the medication for treatment, the patients who are being treated with us, with our methods, we advise them to have cysteine, and we have the tradition of using antimicrobial therapy for 1-2 months after the surgery, but at the same time we should take into account that all them they don't positively affect the post-op period. So that's why we try them to have we offer them to have less preservatives. If you have this dysfunction of myope glands, you should be very careful and try to use the medication with a lot of the lipids. So in this situation, we can say that we can prepare the patients, and the most important is that we want the main notion of my speech is that there are many patients with dry eye syndrome, and please keep in mind that most of them will have the dry eye symptom after the operation. So all their therapy should be based on this risk. And the theory takes too much. The theory is the risk is too high. So that's all on my part. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Martin from UK, and he will speak about the scleral keratoconus on dry eye syndrome.
Can you hear me now? I can hear myself, so it must be working. Thank you to the organisers for inviting us to speak to you. The presentation I'm about to make is actually quite a long one, and so for the constraints of time, we'll be completing it later on in the day. And we've got the microphone working, but we haven't got the clicker working. No. Well, that looks good, but it's not me. I wish I could talk about that subject, but that's not my presentation, I'm afraid. No. I think we just talk amongst ourselves until the panic is over at the back of the room. Well, it was working earlier. Are we good to go? No.
Так, что там? Техническая группа, что там со слайдами? Excuse me.
Hang on, he's starting number 2 when we should be starting number 1. This is the second presentation. We need to do the first one first. Should we try again? Nope. We're here. Thank you very much, everybody at the back, in the back room. I'll start again. My name's Martin Conway from the UK, and this is a presentation that I give to students interested in fitting scleral lenses. Scleral lenses are relatively new, even though they're the oldest form of contact lens available. But over the past 15 years, they've become increasingly widely fitted in the United States and Europe. So we'll look at the theory of scleral lens fitting, and I'll do this by describing the basics of scleral lens design, and then we'll have some videos about lens handling. This is probably the biggest concern of most new practitioners, because a scleral lens needs totally different handling to what they're normally familiar with gas permeable, ortho K, or soft contact lenses. And then we'll look at initial fit assessment. How do you assess whether you've got a good fitting or not? This is how a scleral lens works. The lens itself vaults the cornea entirely. The gap between the lens and the cornea itself is filled with a saline solution, which forms a liquid reservoir and corrects any irregularity in the surface of the cornea. The entire weight of the lens is taken on the sclera, hence the name scleral lenses. You can see why fitting these to an irregularly shaped cornea, such as in the case of keratoconus, is an attractive proposition, because we don't have to conform to the shape of the cornea. We're actually vaulting over it. In fact, we avoid touching the cornea wherever possible. Because of this, they're most often and most regularly fitted for the correction of irregular cornea, for keratoconus. We've got music accompaniment as well. Pellucid marginal degeneration, and also post-graft. However, when we actually, the company I work for make contact lens materials, when we applied to the United States FDA for approval for the use of a new material, in order for it to be used and claim the therapeutic value of the lens in dry eye situations, we had to test it in all. I don't propose to read all of them, but you can see all of the other conditions there where a scleral lens can be proven to be acceptable. This is a case study. This is someone I saw some years ago when I wasn't really that familiar with fitting sclerals, but this poor chap had been, he'd had keratoconus from a young age, He was 61 at the time I saw him and had intacts, as you can see there, which was protruding, as you can see on the left-hand slide from the topography. He was wearing a soft lens designed for keratoconus, a complex lens, as you can see. But even with that in place, he was still using an overspec prescription, which even then only resulted in a acuity of 618. He was very disenchanted. He'd been passed from pillar to post, from practice to hospital department, and he'd never ever been able to get vision good enough to allow him to drive. This is the first shot of the lens in the consulting room that we can see. I think you can see there how the lens is vaulting over that protruding intac. And his corrected VA at the first visit was 6.75. So you can see the impact that these lenses can have on patients that may have been suffering for some time. Going back to the lens itself, let's have a look at some basic design principles. The lenses consist normally of three zones: a central zone, which is the optic zone, a scleral zone, which is where the lens lands on the white of the eye, and joining the two is the limbal or the transition zone between the two. So we'll look at those individually. The central zone is normally rotationally symmetrical. They can be made toric, and extends out to about 10 millimeters. And in the radii of those curvatures, I've put some examples there. You can see 790, 757. Now these are quite large steps, much larger than you would experience with a gas permeable lens, for example. And the reason is we tend to make quite gross adjustments. There's no point in making minor adjustments because we're not in contact with the cornea itself. And what we prefer these days, although you'll probably hear me accidentally slip back, is not to talk about steep lenses or flat lenses, but to talk about seg heights. We raise and lower that portion of the lens accordingly. When we're looking at sagittal height, where it's measured can vary from lens design to lens design. So in this case, it's measured across where the lens is actually going to land, and you can see, obviously you know what the sag is, but you can't necessarily compare the sag of one design with another. Within a specific design, then the relative sag can be used, but from design to design, the manufacturer will measure them slightly differently. So the scleral zone normally extends from about 12.5 millimeters outwards, which is it's vaulted the cornea, and typically would have a radius of curvature of around about 13 millimeters, 1250 to 13 millimeters. The limbal zone, or the transition zone, is that zone between the center and the edge. And this is probably the zone that gives most fitters most concern when trying to adjust the lens or adjust the fitting. So let's have a look at how these various zones work. In blue we have the central zone, and we can see that by increasing the curvature we can increase the sag, we can raise and we can lower it accordingly. So we will then raise the sag to actually clear the tip of the cone by about 250 to 300 microns, ideally for the first lens implanted. The limbal zone there in orange, you can see that we actually can raise and we can lower accordingly. And now if we actually raise the limbal zone, inadvertently we're going to raise the sag as well. But as a practitioner, you don't need to worry too much about that, because the manufacturer will take that into consideration and he will normally compensate for it. The area circled is where the lens comes into land. And this is a key point because it's a potential pressure point where the weight of the lens is going to be delivered to the sclera. So if we go back here, we have a lens that is what we call toe down. So we're going to put pressure on the tip of the lens and cut off the blood supply. And here we have heel down. Ideally, we want this landing zone to be parallel with the cornea, with the conjunctiva, so that we've got an even weight distribution. So let's look at putting the lenses in. And if this video is working, we can show how the lens is inserted. So we haven't got sound.
With saline.
Yeah.
Take our fluorescein strip and introduce fluorescein into the bowl of the lens. And we're ready to go. Okay, so we'll get you to lean forward about 45 degrees from the waist. That's good. Chin down to your chest. Pull your lower lid down with your middle finger. I'm going to lean over and hold your top lid out of the way. And here comes the lens. I'm going to rest on your hand, and you'll feel the cold of the solution. Then a gentle press as the lens goes on. My hand away, and the lens is in. Okay, the first check that we'll make is to have an overview of the lens to make sure there's no air bubbles and to have an assessment of the fit. So we'll take a UV light like so and we'll shine here. Now we can see whilst there's no bubbles present, we can actually see there's very little central clearance over the centre of the lens. So in this case the lens is probably too flat, and we're going to select another lens which is slightly steeper. So we've changed the lens now, we've gone 250 microns higher, and we can see now that there's fluorescein underneath the lens, no air bubbles, so we can proceed with the fitting. When we come to look at the patient under the slit lamp to establish the clearance, central clearance, we first of all need to set the slit lamp up. We'll be viewing this time with white light despite the presence of fluorescein, and we want the narrowest beam. The slit lamp also needs to be set at about 60 degrees from the light source. I also at this stage set the magnification down as low as possible until we're lined up. Okay, so we'll ask Sue to sit forward, drop your chin down onto the rest, forehead against the top rest, move forward and looking straight past me. Okay, just checking that the magnification is on the lowest possible setting. Coming in to commence focusing. Having got it in the best possible focus, I can then increase magnification and zoom in. Okay, we'll now look at the lens under the slit lamp. Under white light, we can see the front surface of the lens glistening there. The lens thickness is 350 microns, which shows us that the tear layer stained green by the fluorescein is also approximately 350 microns. Just behind it, faintly, you can see the cornea, which is about 550 microns. So this is ideal. We're starting off with a tear film of 350 microns, which will decrease as the patient wears the lenses by approximately 100 microns. So at this point, we can see we've got adequate height, and it's quite okay for the patient to commence wearing the lens. Another tip is that if you have difficulty viewing the front of the lens, look down, Sue, we can actually put some fluorescein, look straight ahead, just a white fluorescein strip on the front of the lens, and then we can have a look under the slit lamp and we can see a fluorescein sandwich which will actually show the lens in clearer detail.
So essentials for fitting sclerals, although most of you will probably have an OCT, they're not generally available in the UK, so this is why we do this practice by using fluorescein. But the minimum you need is a UV torch, a slit lamp. OCT makes it so much easier to actually measure exactly what clearances are. As I mentioned there, the lens does tend to settle into the conjunctiva by about 150 microns, and that really contributes to the lens comfort, the overall comfort, because the lid doesn't actually encounter the edge of the lens. The lens is settled into the conjunctiva, which makes it much more comfortable. Initially, we used to suggest that patients wore them for about 4 hours, which is very time consuming. But in time, we realized that most of the settling occurs within the first hour. And with experience, you get to know the design of the lens that you're using. And you know that if you've got adequate clearance, that that lens is going to settle by 100 microns. And so you just allow for that. So in fact, our chair time now is not really any greater than it would be for any other lens form. However, if you have a problem patient, it's best to let the more time to pass. So how do we assess a good fit and a bad fit? This is what we're looking for, is a fluorescein across the lens, and we can just see the pupil through the fluorescein pattern, and that pattern is fading slightly as we go over the limbus, as the lens is coming into land, and then an even pattern around the sclera. Here we have a slight touch, so we can see we're getting close to the top, if not touching the top of the cone, and this lens is going to, I'm being sped up. So we will raise this one by 200 microns. Here we have an extremely flat lens, so we would not waste time in one step, we'd go at least 2 steps higher. And here we have too much fluorescein. The pupil is no longer visible, and so we would lower that by at least 1 step. There's the ideal position again. Apical clearance, we would normally use the thickness of the lens that you can see there is a standard thickness of normally 300 microns, and if we can get 2/3 of that, or 2/3 of the thickness of the cornea. Be careful using the cornea because that can be obviously thinner in certain places. Too much sag and an extremely thin cornea, and so we're obviously not going to use that as a measure to assess the clearance. As far as the limbal zone is concerned, we're really looking for this kind of picture, and the edges, we really want them to be parallel with the lens and no impingement at all. What we're looking for is to trace one of the vessels under the edge of the lens and make sure that it's not constricted. And again, the edge vessels need to be moving smoothly with blink as well. Here's an example of the toe down effect that I showed you earlier, impinging the conjunctival vessels, and here we have heel down. Okay, sorry for the delay. The second part of it will conclude later on this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, I would like to beg my pardon for being late, but as you could see, we could not stop our guest from Great Britain. So now I would like to finish and draw conclusions from our event. I would like to first of all thank 2 of my colleagues, Miss Yelena and Miss Galina from Belarus. They are very beautiful, and I'm very lucky today to be between them. I think this section was very interesting, and we had a very interesting information exchange. We started from contact lenses and we concluded with contact lenses. So we we showed the problems as well as we came up with the solutions, and our specialists on keratoplasty, Mr. Tupal, Loskutov, and others, Hadjayev, all of them has showed the solutions. And I wanted to say that the young doctors. And most of them are very interested in phacoemulsification, and it's good, but at the same time don't build the illusions that EED can solve everything. You should be able to do you should cope well, so you will not have any complications or further treatments. So now we will move to awarding ceremony, awarding of our sponsors who were the reason of having our conference today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, guests, now we have the awarding ceremony. And in order to make something happen, we need good people, we need good sponsors. And today we have our sponsors today who helped us to conduct this conference, who supported us of such a wonderful conference, to have a lot of new and useful things to happen. And I'm sure that the doctors are very honored to be here today, and the speakers are very honored to say what they have done and what they have achieved. And we, together with our foreign guests, we can show our achievements. And today, and we would like to give the certificates to our sponsors. Our main general partner, the wholesaler Unitrade,
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. The second general partner, 3D Met Invest. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this event. We would like to thank Ms. Zulfiya Rozmetovna, her clinic, and the association that you have created the navigation laser in Central Asia. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our partner, Meritage Incorporated.
Спасибо большое вам за.
Thank you very much for support. Rumix, our next partner.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Компания Аскин.
Askin Company.
Пожалуйста. Спасибо. Компания
Medin Ophthalmic Company.
Спасибо вам большое. Клиника доктор Ашуров.
Dr. Ashurf Clinic. I'm not only proud by our conference today, but also that I am proud that this person is my student, and he has two clinics who are working on high level, which are working on high level. Get a farm company. These are our friends who always support us. Thank you very much. Solo Farm Company. Crystal Clinic. Medanta Clinic. Ajanta Farm. Kantamak Company.
Totally unexpected.
Я хочу сказать, что
I would like to say that they have helped us a lot. Now they are our partners who have supported us on the first contact chirological lens, and also they supported us in such a conference, and they came with a big delegation of 5 people with their speeches. We are very grateful for them, and we say thank you very much.
обязательно мы будем продолжить сотрудничать.
We will be happy to continue our partnership.
Они тоже наши давние партнеры. Собственно, мы когда-то вместе обсудили и вместе, собственно, родилась идея.
We were discussing it together and we had the idea developed together. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Solars company.
Спасибо большое. Компания Expansion Group. Это наши итальянские.
These are our Italian partners and friends.
Thank you very much. Компания Медетра.
Medetra company. Here you go.
Спасибо большое. Клиника Smile Isle. Я горда тем,
I'm very proud
сами часто
that we were not only able to open our private clinic, but at the same time we prepare people, we raise human capital who can open their own private clinics. And Smile Eye, everyone who have launched the clinic and who are working there, they are my students and they are, let's say, I would call it the kids of my clinic. Navoy Ophthalmology clinic.
Katta rahmat. Изус, офтальмологическая клиника. И вот последнее это не офтальмологическое направление.
The last certificate goes to non-ophthalmological representatives, our partner who work with the innovations company 2GIS. I think that most of the ophthalmologists will be able to collaborate with them. Very good innovation company. And the last is Lens Pro.
Желаем удачи.
Good luck.
Спасибо всем.
Thank you, everyone. And now I would like to invite everyone to lunch to the restaurant at the second floor. Thank you very much. See you after lunch.
Можно на лифте тоже, второй этаж.
Раз. Международная офтальмологическая училище. Обратной стороной.
Ой, господи, цепнячка. Нет, время. А, сюда надо смотреть, ага. Работает эта штучка. Смотреть. Здесь все рядом.
А правый постоянно.
Все понятно.
Вот так.
Секция инновации лечения патологии хрусталика. Уважаемые коллеги, продолжаем нашу работу замечательной конференции. Наша секция называется «Инновации в лечении патологии».
Dear colleagues, we continue our conference with treatment of we invite Jasuif Tamirlan Aldatnanuch and surgery of rare cases. Dear Presidium, dear friends and colleagues, in the beginning I would like to greatest appreciate you for organization of this conference. The talk is some aspects of surgery of rare cases. It's not one monopathology. We have different pathologies, so where we have surgery prevailing. The pointer is not working well. First is congenital cataract of body mass. So you know that I have not only my own experience as a rule, but the mistakes of the surgeon is very important too. Unfortunately, it's not turning on. But until it turns on, I would talk. So this is a patient, a child. It's in the end. That's show the beginning, please. Well, while we have technical issues, I will talk about. It's not working. None of the sides. It's not clicking. These patients, as a rule, I had in removal of pillar when you take away the hemophthalm, and then this layer was having in a vitreous. Some complications with video, but that's okay. So the patient, I will talk. She came to the eye vision was 0.3 with corrections and the inborn cataracta, astigmatism. I decided here to do the surgery, not by classification, but I started working with the surgery. Maybe we should give a microphone to a next. So that's the second one, but I need the first one. I need the first case. So let me switch to the first one. It doesn't work. Let's put this one. Just turn this one. The time is ticking. That's not that one. Give me the other one. Here you go. That's good one. Yes, turn that on. Simple surgery. I do very small nephrectomy. It's not so we have then with the endoculture in many places I coagulate. Here's the coagulation period, and then I raise the intraorbital pressure up to 60. Then I cut it. As you see, you will see it. I will cut it with the scissors. Now it bleeded a little bit. So nephrectomy. We take the so there's no hemophthalm. The blood pressure is 60 in 2 minutes. Then we clean it up. And the second part of the surgery, this cataracta thing. So it remained on the disc for a small time. So I leave. We had astigmatism here. We put the standard. No any peculiarities here. I'm so sorry. Let's give the next one then. I don't have the clicker. We didn't see the end that I have implanted. So we have done after the implantation of intraocular lens. I don't know why cataractal surgeons love it. It's better when the lens stands on its place. You do it You do it with a very precise way, and the vision completed after the treatment. So the next surgery is patient of 39 years old. She had HIV infections, and she doesn't see in 10 years, and she had detachment and if you pay attention to you have to take about the mistakes. I thought it would be very easy. I detached it, so but I couldn't take out the lens. No way, in a to the frontal camera. So then I did it into a frontal camera. It looks like norm. It bleeded a little bit, and then I move forward. Then I do focal emulsification. Then the cortical layers, part of the nucleus. So whatever I could do, because it wasn't that easy all the time. During the surgery, we had to think that the nucleus had another density level. That's why I had to do during the surgery another surgery, so that not to remove the calcification. And with this kind of old versions, which is not really good, and the rest we have put a stitch. I have to say that during HIV infections, the sechata gets out, and because then the periphery is lymphatically changed, all the periphery, let's say. And then we did a litrectomy. We came to the layer, the Hendicror. This is not sechata, this is hyaluronic. No. So then the right side we do the nephrectomy. Then you can see in the periphery lymphatic nodes. That's the peripheric one, and they have very much liquid in a perifocal junction. We are correcting the retina. Partially remove the nucleus parts. So we have taken the lens away, so that we wouldn't have difficulty, and then continued the surgery. Surgery has finished, and after implementing the silicone oil and the coagulation of a retina. And so usually it's just a technology. So we have put a silicone oil. Well, somebody does it a different way, and some people do it in a different way. And we have different variables here, and implantation of papillarogenesis hasn't been done because it was a high level. So then it goes like we went on to cornea and surgery have finished. So during 10 years the patient is blind, and after that patient could watch the telephone and television and in the hands, we can say. So we decided that I have an experience. The second eye, unfortunately, second eye did not see anything. The patient, she's professor herself. Again, I cannot switch it. They have surgery, a lot of surgery in keratoplastics. She removed the eye, and that's the only eye. And 3 years she hasn't had vision, and it was a 7th ceratoplastic. First of all, we had to take away the scars. We localize it, and diameter is almost the same. We have to remove it up and cut it up, cut the disc. And here in this condition, and then we have put a keratoprothesis temporarily. Sometimes I do these surgeries, like I would leave this keratoprothesis for a while if it wouldn't be a reaction, because it seemed very well. Fixation. And the second part is done by surgeons. Different modifications of keratoprothesis. This is the second part of the surgery. We do remove the membrane, proliferative changes. So we remove the retina. So patient also had a glaucoma as a diagnosis. We have to remove the scars from the vitreous. We free it with the traction. The retinal fluid goes out, and we open up the retina. So we could put we find the burst places and coagulate them in all the periphery. And next we have transplantation of a donor cornea. We take it out, remove the temporary keratoprothesis. We put the discus. Unfortunately, here's one more thing. You cannot stitch it anywhere, because everywhere is changed very much. That's why we have this kind of things. So the main thing is we have to fixate it. and then we're changing it to a silicone oil. And so they have transferred it backwards. I have to say that the atrophy, we had an atrophy of optical nerve, and patient could the minimal in a minimal to get functionality, they had to change it differently. So half of the presentation was not was spent by not my fault. No, we added maximally. So the next talk is Liskin Pavel Vladimirovich is a surgical treatment of macular ruptures and with the outer borderline membrane. Dear organizing committee, I appreciate your invitation to this conference. It's an honor for me to participate here, and for me personally, it's very interesting as a professionally and knowledgeably as well. In modern approach in retina surgery and macular holes correlates with the modus. Like it's important to remove now borderline limiting membrane, so because it would lead to less scarring, but there's no strong argument. So before, what's in inner borderline membrane? So here it's VPM, and the little bit right side, it's a open layer of nerve cells, and it is connected with limiting membrane. It is nothing but a part of the nerve tissues, so when we remove the inner borderline membrane, then part of the nerve tissues will be left on the removed part of the membrane. So on the left side, you can see that SMV is a layer of nerve cells, and which was removed from the retina, and it left over as ruptured. And here on the next slide, you can see that the limiting membrane goes to vitreous. So on the right side, you have a corpse body, and you can see that it goes inner borderline membrane. So and you can see it in a magnification. And what happens after removing the inner limiting membrane? It goes dissociation of those fibers, and the term goes and it brings to more of unpleasant changes, and moreover, retina increases in thickness, and to 7-12 months it gets the maximum level. Besides the changes of a structure of a retina, and also microcirculation loss also happens, and in the limiting membrane layer. On the right side, with yellow, it's capillaries, and on the left side, capillaries which are blue ones, the capillaries are absent in the zone of deleted membrane, and so the surface of bloodline corresponds to the layer of removed area. So besides that, as you remove the membrane, it goes this one. During the post-operative period, the retina's photosensitivity decreases. You can do it with a microperimetry, and we can see that the sensitivity of the retina decreases. The most interesting, on the right side it's a normal eye, and on the left side after the surgery and removal of a limiting membrane. And but the vision would be okay, it would be 70%, but patient says that she has a discomfort. So you say that you're okay, if something like the age or something like to your place. No, this is limiting membrane deletion. And inner limiting membrane, you have to delete in a macular hole surgeries, but in retinal ones it's a question. So we have made a research, comparative research. We had 251 patients. We have divided it into two parts, and part of them were macular holes, and part of them were used in with the savage of membranes, and part of it was done with without deleting of a limiting membrane. So regarding the efficacy, you can have the general parameters, and efficacy, it would be more or less efficient. So the surgery in a macular membrane, it's also not possible, but you can make surgery without deletion of a inner limiting line. As a result of comparison, if we compare the vessel density, you can see that the density of blood vessels would decrease if you delete the limiting membrane, if you remove the limiting membrane. So in the period of 7 to 12 months. So those whom we preserve the limiting membrane, the thickness of a retina was fine, and the ages were like up to 5 months, and it would decrease to 6 micrometers. Pay attention, the removal of limiting membranes, and on the right side of the eye, it's very corresponding in the X side deletion. But here we had some difference. The surgery of macular layers, keeping the inner macula, would be increased in the 0.05 units. Moreover, these patients, when we preserved the membrane, they did not have decreased photosensitivity of a retina. So and also we evaluated the maximal corrections. It was light sensitivity was overall higher, minimal sensitivity was high, and the amount of scotomas were 5 times less if we deleted it, we removed it. And the only thing that didn't change is like overall density of the vessels within the deep structures. So everywhere it's postulated that removal of a limiting membrane, it guarantees you have retinal fibrosis, but you can just preserve it, and you will not have the relapsing fibrosis. So here you go with the removal, and on the right side without removal, and you see as the retina surface was okay. It was in a 4 month it got much better, and in the layers it was disassociation of a layers. So in the time, like with the preserving of an inner membrane, it was okay. This is a characteristic clinical case. Patients with a distance of 11 years. So it was. So pay attention that on the lower side, dissociation of a nerve fibers with decreasing of the sensitivity. In 1 year after removal of a retinal fibrosis, as you see, the surface of the retina is not ideal, but it shows that the thickness of a retina is close to normal, and the vision power on the eye, which they had surgery, was identical, 70%. But patient on that eye, on the left lower part of the slide, was given. They're saying that they had discomfort, so that preserving the inner membrane was very good, and it's as a result of inner from the left and right. You can see the characteristic changes. The surgery of a macular layer in the outer membrane absolutely normally corresponded this way, and on the top side and on the bottom side after the surgery, we can determine that they had a surgery, and on the right side you have the same profile, the decreasing of retina sensitivity and analogical case, and it was 850 micrometers without deleting of inner limiting membrane. And after limiting, it would be thinnering of the membrane, unlike if you have preserved the membrane. So in a conclusion, I would say that importance of the removal of a limiting membrane is not confirmed by a surgical practice. Thank you very much. Yes, next talk is Shaim Viren Ardaran, navigational non-contact removal and periphery. I would ask you to turn the presentation on.
Пожалуйста, отключите доклад.
Здесь работает.
Granddaddy wanted some brownies.
Уважаемый президиум, уважаемые организаторы, офтальмологи, гости, благодарю вас за то, что пригласили на вашу замечательную.
Appreciate you for invitation to this conference, and allow me to give a talk on the topic. So I have to say that the laser photocoagulation is one of the important in retinology, but traditional laser coagulation has their own disadvantages. Please connect it again. And so we continue. It doesn't work. The analysis have shown the disabilities of retinopathy and the painfulness which patient can feel. We offer you new lasers. These are navigational lasers. It's a yellow laser. It's 577 nanometers. The size is compact, and it has a laser and high-speed circuit, and also it has eye tracker. It can use as both contact and non-contact ways, and you can use the impulse and any exposition. Besides that, is possibility of having regeneration and to prognose the deepness of regeneration, to decrease the pain and to the peculiarities. It's preciseness of the treatment. You can do through hemophthalm and from the small pupil, and laser goes through the laser, so it goes back and it makes the second part. The possibility of treatment both center and periphery. You can do the video and photos during the treatment as well. The good sides. It was very good during the viral infections. A non-contact method. You don't have to put the lens. You can do in dry eye syndrome, in allergic reactions, which they do not require anesthesia, and laser coagulation, and also during the blepharospasm. So the aim to show the peculiarities of having laser with the laser surgery Navilas 577S. Here you can see the peculiarities. I recommend to everyone who doesn't have it. So digital navigational system. They have the steps. It's navigational laser treatment and diagnostics, digital integration to a real image. You have a patient with a great retinal rupture, and also you can do it in dynamics. You can localize the proliferation right on the navigational laser. So you make photos on, let's say, OCT, Solix, or you ever have, and you can localize it just on a localization laser, so that you can walk locally. You can diagnostics just like with CT angiography, and then integrate it into a navigational laser, and then you do the video control. We show how the integration is made. OCT, here you go, we integrate it, so we start working on the points which we have determined with CT angiography. Here it's a focal laser navigational coagulation. This is the result. Except for laser for focal coagulation, we have subcoagulation. Patient 44 years old. First diagnosis of ZZH. She had 5 relapses during the 5 years, and conservative treatment for more than 1 year. You can see the rupture of the retina and pigment epithelium. We have written an article about it. It looks like this in different apparatus, multimodal diagnostics. We do the laser inflection, we start from the fovea. Furthermore, we go to parafovea. So fovea is 200 milliwatts, then paraphobia is 240, and perifovia is 340 milliwatts. And we all calculated before the surgery. And we see this kind of a result in 3 years. Thanks God they didn't have any relapses. And we are going to a periphery. We have a valve rupture. You can see in a fundus cam and navigational laser. After the laser treatment, we see this kind of result. So our lasers could keep it. So the valve rupture has gone to the rupture with the top. And the patient, 17 years, hemitherapy, and they have net-like retinopathy with liquid. Some kids they sit just wonderful because it's painless. The surgery is done very fast, and some kids say, "When will you start?" We say, "Well, we have finished." So we have put the zones, which you cannot, like macula or the nerves. And then we do the laser coagulation on a place, and we do it through one, so that there wouldn't be heat bridges. And patient sits very calm. It's fast, with no pain and no anesthesia. We get this kind of result. It's on a Claris 500. We have written 3 books. This is the atlas that everybody has seen. Conclusion: navigational digital laser technology is very good because it detailed visualization of entire retina, laser focal retinopexy from the macula to periphery, contact laser lenses and contactless, and without lenses, and it's very good for patient comfort, painless, absence of bleeding, or blinding light, and speed. For the doctor, it's very safety and documenting by the doctor during the surgery and after the surgery period. Thank you for your attention. Allow me to say hello to Ural, to Chelyabinsk, dear Zulfia Ruzmetovna, if she is hearing us. Long anti-VEGF therapy, possibilities and problems. The portrait of today's vision. Thank you. I would go to Russian furthermore because my Uzbek is not really good now. I represent Bukhara State Medical Institute. How it happened this way. In reality, my alma mater is Kuban State Medical University, the chair of eye diseases. But during this, and I open a big secret for whom it's interesting, and during the next educational period, I would be honored to work as a professor of ophthalmology in Bukhara State Medical Institute. And so I'm going to the point. Now it's impossible to talk about 10 minutes on all the VEGF dependent pathologies. So my clinical case is a patient 8 years anti-VEGF therapy with a laser treatment, and the direction of a therapy in this condition. It's like the notes in Russia. We use these recommendations. What we have for anti-VEGF obliques, we have 6 positions. One of them you cannot use. It's like Avastin. We have the second line therapy. We have branded metazone. We have if you cannot, but you really need it, then you can do that. What can I say about anti-VEGF therapy? Here, the postulates and real clinical practice have face-to-face with each other, because it's very important to have the injections. Depending on the agents, it's from 3 to 5, and the loading injections. But they have a meaning that it's good to make once and see, and if there's no clinical effect, then why would we make the patient suffer, right? The next problem is choosing the regimen of a therapy, and which is very expensive, and it can be unnecessary. So reactive prorenata, we wait until the eye function worsens, and then so the operational period is formulated, and the patient needs injection in during the surgeries, right? So we would but probably it's too much of a case, but still we do it in a surgery room. So when she goes to a surgery ward, they're proactive regime. It's like a proactive fixation. When you take the list and you write the visit of a patient for 1 year, or treat plan extend, treat and increase the interval, and we do the next interval for 2 or 3 weeks depending on the agent, and during this visit, if all is fine, we decrease the period of activity, anti-VEGF, and no matter how you take it. In the last versions, these agents, the maximally what we good is like 4 months. But it's the same like implant of the dexamethasone. Of course, it doesn't affect 4 months. When it happened 12 years ago, they said it would act for 2 years. No, it doesn't even go through to 6 weeks, months, because first concentrations go up during the first 3 months, and then they would decrease and drastically, and we cannot use the implant so a long time. That's why we have to correct it, and there's no way that it would come to 6 months. And sometimes the system of healthcare doesn't work. In some of the countries, it goes to manipulations about the injections that patient can have, but not always the system of healthcare goes, or patient does not go due to the financial problems. And from the other side, when patient is still in condition, we have the patients who have depression. I don't want to treat anymore. Let me be blind, because it's impossible to have it during some years. Then go to the surgeries, but then they come when the eye vision catastrophically hurts. But this kind of swings we have, it's psychologically, and vision functions as well. So we have this kind of a problem. So patient came in 2015, where we had only ranibizumab. We had done 3 injections. During the first year of a therapy, she has got 5 injections, which is not bad, and she had cataract, and so there is no point of having a surgery. What happens with our patient further? In next 2 years, patients gets 6 injections with such a hard time. It's like you cannot initiate it, and patient says, "I'm tired. No, let me go, please. I better go blind." And then, anyways, they come up. They come through 3 months after the injection. They inject ranibizumab, and then in 2 months, and then they had such a bad picture. So ranibizumab cannot work because it doesn't work, but it works very much. We discredited this drug and by non-compliance of the patient, but then we went to aflibercept because anti-angiogenic activity twice more, and whatever it is the developers say. So we instruct the patient that if we go to a new agent, then we have to make 5 loading injections. We do the first injections, then patient decreases, runs away because vision increases, and in 1 month she says, "No, I don't want to." In 3 months, "Oh, you have edema, let's inject it." In 3 months they say, "No, I don't want to." In 4 months they said, "Let's make injection." We did it. And then in 2.5 months, in 28th of December, everything is going good. What can go wrong in this situation, right? And then we have a new year. Well, new year is here. Stalin said. So when they brought jam to Stalin, he added vodka there and said, "Here you go, that's the Soviet champagne." So in a short, I want to say that the New Year period is a fun period, and you break your regime. So, and then besides. We drive the patients. It was a flu period, and they compensated some diabetes, and they compensated everything. And she comes in March, and the decrease was up to 18. And here we had a very big conversation, and we had to make a surgery on cataract, and we do 5 injections of aflibercept, and then we do the surgery on cataract, and we have done the coagulations in the beginning, but then cataract have stopped, and it was impossible to make, and the laser coagulation has made it the keloids, and we had the stabilization. We started in April, but we finished in August. And at that period we did aflibercept with dexamethasone, so they still come, and on the other eye there would be inoperable disease. So this is what happened. And we did brovitizumab. This is ranibizumab. Regardless all of the organizational difficulties, we have to keep the postulates of anti-VEGF therapy. So loading injections can allow to cope with macular edema and go to the later version of laser correction. And so our idea is like to increase the interval, and but if this way, then we can take the 8 years. The other problem is that anti-VEGF therapy is very high from its minimal meaning, and we have the first clinical reports that first genetically modified places would give something that reminds aflibercept. So first results is like you shouldn't inject anything. Potentially it can reduce the amount of unnecessary injections of anti-VEGF receptors. So here you go. The problem is really far from its different. So thank you very much. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. We are closing up the session. I appreciate all those who gave a talk, all the listeners. We had, despite that we had organizational problems, they did their task for 100%. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we start the session on innovational technologies in ophthalmic diagnostics, new methods of visualization. They intensively got into our life that we do not imagine ophthalmology without the modern methods of visualization. It used to be ophthalmoscopy, but now they're allowing us to have a new approach to this issue. So the first talk on visualization methods, our guest from Belarus, Puchkova Irina Arkadyevna, which is our usual guest. She would share with us about modern possibilities of ultrasound biomicroscopy. As you know, BM is a unique method which were done by Charles Paulin, created by Charles Paulin, and it's unchangeable. But we have the frontal OCT, but ultrasound has its own niche, and none of the other methods of diagnostics can move it from its place. Dear colleagues, good day. During the topic of a conference, innovation technology, allow me to talk about the modern possibilities of ultrasound. As we all know, that ultrasound microscopy is used to learn on the frontal part of the eye, and it's very safe method of diagnostics. It doesn't need a lot of space and a super hyper computer for that, and the main advantage of this computer is like the researcher has a possibility to see the structure which goes out of the iris, and they can do 22 cadres per second, which allows us to see the movement of the eye during the accommodation acted in a real time period. The enhanced diagnostic window gives our possibilities to learn from angle to angle and to do all the morphometric changes. If we compare two methods of investigation, all of them have their advantages. For example, Okita has a very high visualization effect, we can see the histological possibilities and membranes, but whatever represents on the backside of the iris, we can see only with the usage of a UBM. And so usage of that or this method of investigation depends on our aim. Due to its advantages, OVM get its wide usage during glaucoma and oncology and other directions as well. We had a patient, we have seen a slight prominence on the iris, but during the OBM we have seen a big melanoma. It's very usual findings. We can find testaciliar omas, which are usually non-malignant, and all the OBM devices have frontal cameras, so that to see the patient with the glaucoma and visualization of a frontal part is important to see why the angle of a frontal camera is closed. Patient with flat iris patient, so doctor can see it through, so that it wouldn't be closed with the ciliary body. Here on the slide we have algorithm of checking of the eye with OBM complaints. It gives us the parameters as angle opening distance, it's perpendicular, which is done from endothelium of cornea and up is the and also corner of opening and corner of closing and retromolecular space. On a video you can see how the investigation is done. Doctor finds out the place of the scleral spore and he puts the sign on the scleral spore, and algorithm gives the higher parameters as a numbers. As a regularity, if you do some of the parameters, then there would be analysis of the distance of opening angle. So like a green is okay. So the more vertical, the angle is open.
Узкий или закрытый?
So the angle is more U-shaped, and all the others that the other equipment is set is that we can get the digital identifications of the thickness as well as the sizes from the beginning to the end, and there are different rules for the measuring, and it's very important that the dimensions will be perpendicular to each other, and it's very important that the image will be titrated, and it's important that the measurements are done through 3 points. And we could see the back capsule of the cornea well. So the Sinomed company has identified the algorithms of tracking, and they made the images that are very well done through 3 dimensions. And the algorithm of eye capture is done in order to make sure that all the dimensions are close, done well to the ideal. At the same time, when the alignment is close to 100%, the lights are passed well, and it's better for making different researches. Here on this video we can see how the research is being done, and here on the bottom we see two shots that were done with the probability of 85.3 and 95%, and Despite its very small amount, the dimensions and the calculations are different. So why do we need all those calculations if we have biometric optometry? Biometry doesn't give us all the parameters, such as such parameter from from one furrow to another furrow. So the lens optics is done in such a way that the back side of the cornea and the front side of the cornea has 250-700 micrometers, so there will be free flow of the liquid in order to improve the vision. And there are different mammograms to identify it, and the distance white to white is being identified. So we are using automatic interface of Zaldivar, where we use 3D reconstructive modeling with artificial intelligence based on the base databases on intraocular units. And pre-operative prognosis are well, and the error is plus minus 100 microns. And in this mammogram, we use the furrow to furrow distance, which can be identified by biometry microscopy. And to identify this, Dr. Zaldivar and the ICL company ICL, they have been doing a lot of researches, and here we can see how the calculation and dimension measuring is being taken. Here we can see the tracking and how good the measurement is done, and then they click on Zaldivar ISL Guru button, and then it improves the measurement, and then all these measurements can be sent to the server of ICL Guru in order to make the calculation of the lens, and in order to do the further transfer of the data. And if the lens is being set not properly, it will close the retina of the frontal camera, and also it can cause frontal cataract. Also with ultrasound microscopy, we can do the measurement after the surgery and have the consequences of improperly mounted or implanted lens, and we need to have the researches in order to prevent the creation of the cysts. Dear colleagues, thank you very much, and I hope that this speech will be useful in your practice, and I hope to answer the questions. Shall you have more? Miss Irina, I have a question. Scan Hyola. Where are they being implanted? Hyola of the focal intraocular lenses. Is it in Belarus? No. These are the photo shots from Senamet company, so it's not in Belarus. We can proudly say that in Uzbekistan we have intraocular lenses being implanted, and we can share our experience with you. Thank you very much. Dear guests, the next speech is based on improvement of technology LL Light to take care of the frontal segment. The speech is being done by Matteo Carmelina from Spain.
I'm from Italy, but it's okay. It's more or less the same. I don't know if we have... Okay. Thank you very much for having us today. I'm Matteo Corbellino. I'm Executive Board Director at Espansione Group. We're a medtech company headquartered in Italy, but present in over 50 countries worldwide. And we're very happy to be here today presenting you with our technology. Thank you to Dr. Matsukova to have us, and thank you to the guys and fellows of AO and the whole Uzbeki and Central Asian community. As Espansione, we have the ambition to establish new paradigms in medtech by providing light-based technologies that are capable of delivering great value to both practitioners and patients in a completely painless way. Our ambition is that of becoming a global thought leader in ophthalmology from the front to the back of the eye, and today we'll cover both corneal and retinal applications. How do we achieve this ambition is through the partnership with a number of global players, whether we're talking about pharmaceutical companies or commercial companies locally and internationally. We are partners to all the major corporations that support us in our mission, and we'll see how in a moment. Currently, the global scientific community has progressively been paying greater and greater attention to our technology thanks to its extremely wide ability to deliver value across a wide number of conditions. Over here you can see a visualization of all the clinical development efforts that we have worldwide, some of which already resulted in publications. You can see on the right a counter on all the conditions that our tech can be addressing for you and your patients in hopefully the near future, and some of which are still being investigated through ongoing clinical trials or clinical trials that we're discussing as we speak. The resonance has been incredible. I'm just coming here right after ARVO in Seattle in the USA, where we presented the latest results from our multi-centric clinical trial on dry age-related macular degeneration, which we'll be seeing in a moment. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the technology itself. It's delivered through non-coherent light. So this is not a laser technology, similarly to what has been presented earlier with the micropulse laser for retinal applications. This is visible light. And the benefit of it is that it delivers incredible value and improves this in both symptomatology and actual objective measures on a wide array of conditions in a fast, painless, effective, and plug-and-play way. What do we mean with plug-and-play? It means that everything is tailored through the software, and the practitioner doesn't need any initial training to be able to administer all of this value to patients. I had a video here, but I'm afraid this is the old PDF of the presentation, so I'm not going to be able to show it to you. So I'll use this visualization instead. The concept behind it was born in the 70s through the work of some scientists back at NASA, the aerospace organization of the United States, which originally employed lasers. Throughout the years, the light-emitting diodes technology became strong enough to be able to deliver the same benefits with a way less invasive approach through what we call low-level light. Low-level light has a different wave vis-a-vis laser and vis-a-vis sunlight, removing everything that's non-beneficial in sunlight and with a way less intense profile on whichever tissue gets exposed to the technology. This way, through different spatial and temporal synchronization with a laser, we are capable of delivering value with a painless approach. What actually happens within the cells is that mitochondria gets elicited to deliver a greater cellular respiration response after they get exposed to the light for a specific amount of time and through a specific amount of different parameters that get tailored depending on the application. So a number of factors go into developing the protocol that you find preloaded into the software of the device, one of which being the nature of the pulse, whether it's continuous or pulsed, the other being the duration of it, the influence, so the amount of energy that gets delivered per square centimeter. All of this plays a factor into the development of the protocol and into the delivery of the energy. What happens within the mitochondria is the simulation of the CCO enzyme, cytochrome C oxidase, which is responsible for the response within cells at biochemical level of their ability to deliver energy. So ATP, which is adenosine triphosphate, the energy molecule basically gets released as a consequence of the stimulation through the light. It happens through the photon absorption of the rays, Clearly, depending on the wavelength, which is basically the color that you employ, you get different responses and you trigger different biochemical reactions. We're going to dive deeper in a moment into all of them, but the gist of it is that CCO gets triggered, and nitric oxide, which is responsible for cells aging and disease in a lot of conditions, whether we're talking about ophthalmology or dermatology or neurology, basically gets removed by the exposure to the light from within the cells. The removal of nitric oxide leads to a lesser presence of reactive oxygen species, which ultimately leads to antioxidative effects, a process that leads to the rejuvenation of the tissues that get exposed to the light. Another important discovery that has been published very recently by a team at Harvard University sees the photobiomodulation technology being associated with the stimulation of HIF alpha factor. HIF-1 alpha factor is hypoxia-inducible factor 1 alpha. It's been discovered recently and got the Nobel Prize in 2019. Basically, it's responsible for cells' ability to work under hypoxia, where there's very little vascularization. This is the case, for example, for meibomian glands, which has been the field where this technology has found the greatest attention, traction in the past few years. And indeed, dry eye has been the one that got the greatest amount of attention from scholars worldwide, with over 35 publications specifically dedicated to the employment of our technology, which has now been found to be superior to all else that's available on the market from a med standpoint.
Недостаточно оцененными, и они будут фармацевтические методы лечения, и были 4 исследования, которые было 80% этих случаев были дистанцированы, и остальные случаи были вопросы с но эти 4, вот, они закрывают 80%, покрывают от синдрома слухового глаза. И все эти люди, они делают самые большие тренды по всему миру, и другие ситуации, которые были обговорены, это использование катаракты, и все они будут получать улучшение от низколучевой терапии. У нас есть тут обобщение всех публикаций, которые были сделаны, и они самые относящиеся части примеров. Я не хочу идти на детали, но фокусированный цвет слева по-право, это было опубликовано по времени, и найдено, что это будет намного эффективной идеей, и это все группа публикаций, которые были зафокусированы и проходят через IPL и специфичную терапию. И это исследование говорит, что можно достигнуть эффекта на долгое время. И потом пришли некоторые верховенственные исследования, и, конечно, в связи с глазными каплями. Если используют глазные капли, если используются 3 раза в день за 6 месяцев, то это будет эффективным, но мы знаем, комплайнс пациентов не случается во всему миру. Там 10 минут и будет полный режим глазных капель. И после этого пришли находки из журнала Ophthalmology, которые нашли пациентов катаракты, и чтобы быть намного лучше с менеджментом и до хирургии, даже у здоровых пациентов до операции и после операции. И эти результаты статистически очень важные. И эти пациенты чувствовали 10 до хирургии, и после они почувствовали 12. То есть даже здоровые люди, они почувствовали бенефиты. И возможности триггера в противовоспалительной реакции, и они были тралляции и другие проблемы также. И там бывают синдромы сухого глаза и аутоиммунные инфекции, и наконец-то, закрывая ноты Марко-Росси, которые пришли по исследованию, и она приходит из наших мультицентрических клинических исследований по всей Европе. Это первый раз мы сфокусировали на задней стороне глаза, чем с передней стороны глаза, когда и мы получили очень большой плюс, и мы создали протоколы с красными и желтыми волнами у этих пациентов, и в обоих инстанциях вы можете пойти и посмотреть целый отчет, и мы пришли к уменьшению сухости по циклам терапии, и это находки, которые мы использовали, и именно в этих случаях это было статистически важными, и они скоро опубликуются к концу этого года. И это тоже правильно для правый нижний угол, и эпителий полностью отторжение было, и это все прошло через время, и все это безболевая терапия, и мы начали наш второй эффект, и где мы можем быть, когда приходит менеджмент этих кондиций, и у нас есть хронический пигментозы и диабетические случаи. Если у вас есть диабетические случаи, пожалуйста, выходите к нам на связь, чтобы мы могли сделать клинические исследования в Центральной Азии последние 5-6 лет. И спасибо за ваше время. И это вот наша большая команда, и мы работаем за то, чтобы сделать этот мир лучше. Спасибо.
It was very interesting. We have one small question. Уважаемые коллеги, у нас в нашей офтальмологии появилась.
In our ophthalmology, we have received a new technologies, IPL technology, that we have used heavily, and our ophthalmological practice this year, which was offered by Innovative Clinic of Dr. Maksudova. We wanted to know what is the difference between IPL and a red mask that doctors are using.
We haven't any time for discussion because a lot of presentation, but for your speech, we would like make exception because it's so amazing, and we would like to know. In Uzbekistan, right now we have this technology LLLT,
yes.
And your brilliant but very speak English maybe can't understand us main points. It's maybe you shouldn't thinking that it's not politely, but it's maybe slightly difficult for our understanding. Could you give us main points about differences between technology IPL and LLT?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Yes, this is a very good question, and I'm going to go as low and as clearly as possible because it really is a major difference between the two. So if you look at the context of dry eye disease, okay, which is where IPL is employed in ophthalmology, there is really no match between the two technologies for a number of reasons. First, IPL works by acting as an exogenous source of heat. And then that heat is dissipated through the dermis all the way to the glands, which benefit from the heat that gets absorbed. And as a consequence, the meibum gets melted and you get an easier expression of the meibum from the glands themselves. This is how IPL works. But IPL, as you know, has many limitations, one of which being that of it's way more dangerous. It needs patient protection, it needs operator protection, it can be damaging to the eye if not used correctly. And by the way, I'm saying this, but in our device, we also offer IPL for those who want to use it in conjunction. But I'm saying this against maybe my interest. IPL is a totally inferior technology. One element being that of its risk profile, which is way more strong, way riskier of a technology. Then it's limited because it can only be applied on the lower eyelid area, periocular area, not directly on the eyelids and not on the upper eyelid area. That's clearly not advisable. And finally, it's not a colorblind technology, meaning that darker skin types cannot use IPL, otherwise they would get burned because of the higher melatonin levels in their dermis. So these three elements are the main, let's say, limitations when it comes to dry eye. But the fourth and biggest is the fact that IPL is a heat source, while LLT acts at biochemical level within the cells. This is why LLT can be used for retinal conditions, autoimmune conditions, even beyond ophthalmology. It's being studied in neurology studies for Alzheimer's disease, for Parkinson's disease through transcranial stimulation, because it acts at cellular level. On the other hand, IPL just acts as a heat source, and it's never going to be used beyond, I would say, aesthetic medicine for dermis and or basic dry eye disease. So this is the main reason for which we invest all of our efforts and focus on low-level light therapy for photobiomodulation modulation technology. I hope it was clear enough.
Thank you so much. Надо перевести?
Ну, конечно.
В общем, основные отличия IPL от LLT технологии состоит в том, что IPL это фактически нагревание эпидермиса и дерми. То есть это тепловое воздействие, которое ограничивается различными противопоказаниями, и фактически это активация мейбомиевых желез, направленная на, ну это по сути теплый компресс. It's something like Matthew, sorry. IPL practically it's something like warm compress, only superficial
it basically uses light to act as a warm compress. It's like a slap in the face, basically. You get like energy out of the strong beam
Физиотерапия.
of light.
Можно отшлепать там по щекам, значит, можно взять теплый компресс, то есть за счет этого мейбум разжижится, и все. А здесь свет поглощается митохондриями, причем...
IPL is like a slap on a face. It is a heat technology that can affect not only the eye but also the eyelids. So it's IPL is more of a heat technology, but LLT is modulated light. So in IPL you have heating up and ejaculation of the liquids. Yes, LLT is more of a mitochondrial action, especially on the backside of the eye, and the energetical status in the depths of the eye changes. Can we let the speaker go? Yes.
It's a signs of great interest for this problem, because today we had a lot of presentation about meibomian gland dysfunction, about pre-surgery, about post-surgery, dry conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you have any questions down the line, feel free to get in touch. We have a medical affairs section in our website. You can ask any question or any doubt that you have. And also all the full bibliography in full length can be downloaded for free on our website, so you can find everything there. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, в наших руках еще одна новая инновация, новая технология.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, one more technology that we have is a mix of IPL and low linear light technology. So the next speech is continuation of the first of the previous format. It will be presented by Constanza Rossi from Italy.
Can I have my slides, please? Thank you for having me. Okay.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Today,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, yes. Today I will be talking to you a little bit about our results, our personal experience with what you have recently heard from Dr. Matteo Corbellino. So basically, we're gonna review how this type of technology can be applied into clinical practice, and also we will review a little bit about, let's say, what has been published, so the data that we actually have about this kind of technology. How can I change slide, please? Okay, so as we said, low-level light therapy has been used a lot in anterior segment pathologies, including dry eye. So what we will talk about today is a little bit our journey to how we reached these kinds of results. So we first saw low-level light therapy in association with intense pulse light. Then we will observe how, well, results in terms of low-level light therapy as an alternative to intense pulse light. And we will see how this can be applied at home and possibly as a prophylactic, let's say, tool against postoperative, so iatrogenic dry eye disease. Next slide, please. So this is the first aspect that we will talk about, as I said, the dual stimulation, so the synergy between intense pulse light and LLT. And next slide, please. The first, well, we've already seen with Matteo what are the technology, what is the technology behind this kind of instrument. What I want to add to this is that this can be applied to a whole lot of pathologies of the anterior segment, including blepharitis, dry eye disease, not only associated to meibomian gland dysfunction, but also in, let's say, aqueous deficient forms. And then, of course, calaxia and so on. Next, please. Next slide, thank you. So this is the first study that that was published, one of the very first studies that were published on cornea in 2020, and this was a study concerning meibomian gland dysfunction only patients. These patients were treated using a combination of intense pulse light and LLT, and a set of parameters were evaluated, including objective parameters such as non-invasive breakup time and Schirmer test, but also subjective parameters, namely the Ocular Surface Disease Index questionnaire. And what was very interesting to see was that there was an important decrease in breakup time as well as OSD, so subjective evaluation. An interesting point about the study was that a subset of these patients were also treated using we're also evaluating using flow cytometry to assess whether there were any alterations in terms of pro-inflammatory cytokines at the level of the tear film. And there was a decrease of the pro-inflammatory elements. So this was quite an outstanding result. Next slide, please. This other study instead evaluated the same technology but applied onto another type of patient, so Sjogren's syndrome patients. What was nice, once again, evaluated parameters included subjective as well as objective data. In particular, 40 eyes of 20 patients with Sjogren were included. Analyzed data included breakup time, Schirmer test, and OSD. And what was nice to see was that there was a decrease in breakup time with a significance already at the first month, but this was even more evident at 3 months postoperatively. And let's say a decrease in Schirmer was present, but this was not statistically significant. Again, OSD score decreased as well. So with these two studies, we could conclude that there was a significant decrease in objective and subjective parameters, both for, let's say, aqueous deficient as well as for evaporative forms of dry eye. In the following slide, what we see is that there is actually another study. This was a retrospective study, to be precise, that including a greater amount of patients. So for 160 eyes of 230 patients. What we see, again, same parameters evaluated, so OSD and meibomian gland dysfunction grade. Patients were assessed before treatment and after treatment, and what we could see was that, once again, we had a decrease in OSD, so subjective evaluation of, let's say, ocular discomfort, as well as a decrease in the let's say, meibomian gland dysfunction grade. So what we see here, pre and post-treatment in the table, yes, I'm afraid this is Can you move to the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. This is what I was talking about. What we see is that there is a reduction in the severity of meibomian gland dysfunction. So patients passed from the severity grade 4 to lower groups. And as we can see on the postoperative evaluation, we started to see that some patients actually have some sort of resolution of the severity, so a decrease in severity of meibomian gland dysfunction alterations. Next slide, please. So at this point, we were happy to say that the combination of low-level light therapy and IPL was effective as well as safe. So the next question was, well, which one of the two is actually doing the majority of the work, let's say. So next slide, please. What I'm presenting here is a study that was conducted in our center, University Magna Grecia of Catanzaro, where we evaluated low-level light therapy versus intense pulse light in the treatment of meibomian gland dysfunction-associated dry eye disease. Next slide, please. This was a study that was conducted between September 2020 and June 2021. We included 40 patients overall that had clearly an age, were, let's say, older than 18, and they had clinical signs and symptoms of meibomian gland dysfunction who could comply to the treatment, so the application of the mask, but who were not successfully treated with standard therapy, so namely eye drops. The table that you see here is just a table to show you that there was no significant difference between the two groups, as these were randomized on a 1-to-1 ratio. Next slide, please. These are the two devices that you can see. So the iLight device was used for the intense pulse light, and my mask was instead used for the low-level light therapy. Next slide, please. So what was evident was that, of course, for both there was a decrease in subjective evaluation of dry eye. So a speed questionnaire showed that there was a significant reduction before and after treatment. However, if you look at the two values, the speed test in patients who underwent a low-level light therapy was actually even lower when compared to patients who had IPL, and this was statistically significant. Another aspect was that there was a significant decrease in pure meniscus height in patients who had received the low-level light therapy treatment compared to those who received the IPL. In these patients, in fact, there was no significant reduction in pure meniscus height. Other values like non-invasive breakup time, redness score, Mabel score did not really give us significant data, but subjectively the patients were very happy. And already this is quite important in this type of pathology. Next slide, please. So to conclude, we can say that IPL and low-level light therapy, they are both non-invasive, quite well tolerated, and they can reduce subjective and objective signs and symptoms of dry eye. But when comparing IPL to low-level light therapy, the latter was shown to be more effective for the treatment of dry eye associated to meibomian gland dysfunction. So at this point we tried to treat our patients not regarding single studies, so they were quite happy with it. So the question that came after that was, well, these patients really want to have this treatment. Is there any way that we can have them treated at home? So avoiding them to actually reach the hospital each day. Next slide, please. And this is the point of this section of my talk. Next slide, please. So this was a study that was conducted at, once again, University Magna Grecia, and we were provided with this My Home mask that was, as I said, used at home by single patients. Next slide, please. This is the mask. So it's very similar to the one that is actually given to patients in the outpatient clinic. It is fast, treatment only lasts 15 minutes, it is painless, it provides immediate relief, and as Matteo said, it has a plug-and-play technology, so easy to use, especially at home. Next slide, please. So once again, this was a study conducted at University Magna Grecia. Patients were enrolled in 2020, and the goal was to evaluate whether there were some changes using this mask. So at-home therapy of low-level light therapy. We enrolled 17 patients who had dry eye disease associated to meibomian gland dysfunction who were not responding to first-line therapy, so tear substitutes and eyelid hygiene. So our inclusion criteria were not only presence of MGD, but also a pathological OSD score and the pathological non-invasive breakup time. In the following slide, please. This is the scheme of how patients were assessed. So patients came to our clinic. They had, let's say, evaluation of anterior segment and ocular surface using this instrument that you can see here that is called keratograph for the evaluation of pure meniscus height, non-invasive breakup time, infrared mammography, and OSD score. We treated the patient at the clinic. So the first time we taught them how to use the mask, and then the patient brought the mask home and used it every other day in autonomy. So they re-brought the mask to our center 7 days after, and we re-performed the tests that were evaluated at T0. Next slide, please. And this is just to give you an idea of our results. So a significant decrease in breakup time, in pure meniscus height, as well as OSD score. Thank you. Next slide. We could conclude that even a single week of serial sessions of low-level light therapy performed at home was effective in increasing tear film stability in patients who have ocular signs and symptoms of meibomian gland dysfunction. So next slide, please. At this point, as Matteo already introduced to you, we wanted to see whether not only treating patients, well, we knew that treating patients was possible, but the next step was, what if we try to achieve dry eye disease prophylaxis? So we all know that cataract surgery is one of the major causes of iatrogenic dry eye disease, and this is exactly what we wanted to target here. Next slide, please. This study, this is a study that was recently published on British Journal of Ophthalmology. Once again, it was performed at our center, University Magna Grecia. And as I said, we wanted to see whether this type of technology could help in prophylaxis of dry eye. We did so by performing a randomized control trial. Following slide, please. And these are the details of the study. So patients were included in a time of more or less 1 year. These patients were patients who were undergoing surgery for the very first time. So only for senile cataract surgery. They did not have any other systemic or ocular comorbidity. They were not instilling other eye drops for any other reasons. The parameters that were evaluated in this study were very similar to the ones that we described before. And in the following slide, we see how the scheme of the study was performed. Please. So overall, we assessed 153 patients. We lost to follow up some of them, so we included 131. These were randomly, let's say, given to the treatment group or to the control group. The treatment group received, let's say, normal treatment with a low-level light therapy mask, whereas the control group received a sham mask, which was emitting light, so patients could tell that something was going on, but the power output was reduced, so they could not really tell the difference between the two. The mask, as well as ocular surface evaluation, was performed 7 days before surgery, 7 days after surgery, and then ocular surface evaluation was performed 30 days after surgery. Next slide, please. Here we show you the results of our clinical study. We observed that there was a significant decrease in OSD score, so patients were happier, obviously for those who received LLT compared to those who did not, despite the fact that they had received surgery. And this was also true for non-invasive breakup time. So to conclude, next slide, please. Low-level light therapy is a non-invasive and well-tolerated treatment, not only in reducing dry eye disease signs and symptoms in patients who already present them, but also in patients who are at risk of developing them, for example, in case of iatrogenic pathology. It is also safe and effective to be used at home. So the following step in our journey with this type of technology was moving to the posterior segment. And we are doing so by performing a randomized control trial. This is a multicentric study. Please, next slide. And next, please, again. Okay, this is a multicentric study that you can see on clinicaltrial.gov, and it is actually assessing patients affected by age-related macular degeneration. We know that the hallmark of age-related macular degeneration is the presence of drusen. So here we are assessing dry forms of the pathology. In the following slide, please. You can see the eligibility criteria that are currently being used, and these include, let's say, a best-corrected visual acuity measured on ETDRS that had to be greater than 40 letters at 4 meters, obviously a diagnosis of dry AMD. Grades of patients who were included are grades 2 and 3 only. And we have a set of
I'm sorry, Constanza, we have requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Constanza. The matter is that our time is running away because we break all requirements. But thank you so much for a brilliant presentation. And we are strongly not support any revolution, because we have a lot of revolutions in our country. But we strongly support your revolutionary approach for treatment of dry eye. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we should say goodbye.
Yes, okay, thank you.
See you.
Have a good day.
Да.
Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, нам остается только попросить...
Dear colleagues, we need to ask Ms. Zulfiya Rozmetovna to have a separate conference on low-level light technology, its usage and treatment with it. Yes, we're ready actually to organize such forum and share our experience. I know that we have a lot of people here who are very interested in this technology. Unfortunately, I see so many people who don't have their headphones, and they just keep in mind that this company, this university, hospital, clinic is our partners, and we're ready to share the knowledge. The next speech is from Ms. Nargiza on intensive of Svetsko OCT in diagnostics of parachorioids.
Turn the microphone on, please. Information of OCT in diagnostics of pachybaroids. The main characteristics of pachycaroid is local or uncomplicated pachycaroid has been found out after the implementing of OCT during OCT, so that we could visualize all the layers of the vessels, and high informativity of swab test gives us opportunity to have early diagnostics of them before coming up the possibility. So this possibility of optical computer tomography is giving information on treatment of to treat uncomplicated pachycaroid on healthy people.
Здоровых лиц в возрасте от 25 до 42 лет критериями.
So the criteria of inclusion were maximally without hydrodynamics breakdown and the absence of oncologic cancer diseases. The control group was 63 eyes with pachycarioidal treatment diseases, and maximum treatment period was 0.0607. In comparison group had 36 people with 36 eyes without any complications. So they have done several treatments, diagnostics like including OCT. So it was evaluated automatically using of a TAP and Imagine 6 and using the method ICZRS. So the results allow me to give you the thickening choroidal zone more than 300 microns were on an upper temporal and upper segments, and in general it was 2 segments, and so the length was 377 micrometers. In control group it was upper, lower, and parapapillary segments, and in general it was 7 segments. In a comparison group, we had 5 segments. They were like subfoveolar, upper temporal, and temporal segments, and in general it was 442 microns. After learning the thickest layers of a choroidea by TAPS, we have learned the morphological structure of a choroidea on very high dimensions, and we found that the topographical changes of a choroidea in all examined groups. In overall group, it was 19 classes, and with the increasing of the inner side of the Galler's vessels, and with the thinning of the Sattler vessels as well. So in a group of comparison, it was topographic structures of chorioidae were having malformations, and in 78.4% of the cases, they were like local zones of elevation and alteration of pigmented epithelium of the retina. And so in the control group, we had compression of choriocapillaries and a lot of local and longitudinal zones of elevation. The access data in examining of a higher resolution, it was taken with ultrafluorescent of eye fundus, and it wasn't found not in one cases, even eyes with local changes with anatomic focal changes. The changing of pigmented epithelium in local and other margins, it was 78%, and it became 22 eyes. The other eyes in autofluorescence, we didn't have changes. The control group, all the eyes visualized with different pigmented epithelium alterations, with places of diffuse places of large atrophic malformations with in 53% we had choroidal revascularization. So as a conclusion, we can say that found the source of SWEP source OCT has been proven by highly informative in identifying uncomplicated perichoroid and subclinical level up to development of secondary complications. So they have unique programs with source OCT, and they do the thickness of retina and gives good attention on about the choroidal in general. Thank you very much.
Our session is completed. I think all the speeches were very interesting and full of information, and all the detailed info will be given on additional seminars that we're planning to hold. And right now, let's complete this section and move to section number 4 on innovative diagnostics of the treatment.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Good day, dear colleagues. All the tough ones left here. We are starting our section, and we would like to invite the Professor Selena Olga Mikhailov. Long-term effects of orthokeratology. What do we know about safety and efficacy? Please, Olga Mikhailov.
Добрый день.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm very happy that I have a possibility here to share with you with our experience on efficacy. Not very long time ago, in the beginning of May, we had a big week of on the of a myopia, which is done by with the higher level of myopia. There's a big possibility of having these complications, and the most one which we see is myopic maculopathy, which by increasing of the myopia, with the level of myopia, it develops more and more. And for us, as for ophthalmologists, and we have twice dioptries, and they all are very important. The myopia is invalidization of our people, or is it a process of evolution? The answer to this question we will not know after the 30-40 years. We will not wait, and all together we will fight on the control of myopia. A year ago, the Association of Pediatric Ophthalmologists, they published a prospect where they determined the methods of control of myopia, and there are some things that don't work, and those who don't work or give minimal effect is like the glasses with holes, bifocal glasses, progressive glasses, and all of them. So it became effective is like the organization of a lifestyle and the optical methods of correction and pharmacologic treatment. We will talk about one of the most popular optical methods of correction. It's keratology. Keratology is known for a long time, and it's used since 80s of last year. In 94, it got the approval of IDEA, and we actively read and do orthokeratology by the book of Ajahn Malud. The very many doctors, they do the lens from the cornea, and lens pushes on the cornea, and that's why the eye vision decreases. Now I want to say that ortho lenses do not push on the cornea, and all the changes that happen, it happens on the epithelium. And it all happens because of the intracellular liquid movement, and so all of this correspond in a height and length, and the changing of the cortical zones. In the central zones, you see that there are less of, and in the medial zones, you can see that the eye drop collection. So here in the central part, after the usage of lenses, it becomes emmetropic, and the central part of the cornea, it goes different, and the collection of liquid in the epithelium goes before the retina, and it uses in the work of a control of myopia, and it used as a controlling. Orthokeratology, by the data of the analysis, orthokeratology have the third place in efficacy by the all control methods. So the contact lenses, they use the special glasses, and all of it are weaker by efficacy. As you see in the statistics of a PubMed, we have almost 400 results of the myopia examination from 80s. So what control mechanisms do we have? First of all, it's making macular optic defocusing. It's to decrease the lack of accommodation as well. Of course, in all scientists and all of doctors, they have their own statistics of orthokeratestic lenses, and we associate it like all the doctors, they use their own method in controlling of a design. So these designs are the last and modern, let's say, new design of orthokeratologic lenses, and it was prolonged by Jen Mancon, where we learned orthokeratology, and they all joined and they made a new unique design which does the best moments of congenital designs, and all the designs are combined on themselves. All these lenses, they have gone through the clinical researches in this university. So the Pacific universities, they follow the guidelines on how clinical researches must be done, and these lenses used in 36 countries of the world, in all post-Soviet Union, in the territory of Russia and CIS countries. They use Sky Optics, and it's located in Moscow, and they have ISO 13085 certification. So this kind of a program of orthokeratologic lenses have recommended themselves very successfully, that we see that other producers, they start looking at this model and using it actively. To speak the truth, for us it's a big pride, it's a big happiness that laboratories of Sky Optics and work of the laboratory of Sky Optics, it's a quality which is increased to all laboratories, and they give a vector on development of the whole unit. In our practice, we use the combination of MDA with a maximum oxygen passage decay more than 100. The lens, Moon lens, is our first lens which are registered in Uzbekistan, and they have FDA approval. And we are proud that this is the first lens that came to the country with that big quality. So the indications are astigmatism and myopia and age of 6 to 60. We can proudly say that these lenses are in this indication, they have progressive myopia. So the choice of orthokeratological lens, they have their own pros and cons. It's by their standard parameters of the cornea. This is optimization of the choices, and if patient has more cornea or less cornea, and of course this is the calculation of customized lens on individual approach. So lens have very many variations. There are endless parameters. You can add them and choose them, and the parameters has no limit. This is Peter Kellenlein. During his talk in 2016, he told us that decreasing the diameter of optical zone affects the control of myopia. And then there are so many types of work that have been done that decreasing of optical zone can bring to stabilization. So the optical zone, we have the optical zones can be altered from 4.5 to 7.0 with a 0.1 millimeter step, and it doesn't change over a time. We have done our own clinical research on the efficacy control, and examinations had 500 patients, and so here are the results. Effectively stopping of the very soon the doctors and very soon the deliverers, they say that myopia has a low control. However, in using the lenses, moon lens, you can use a good way to stop the myopies. So all the indications are more than 80 millimeters. So this lady, she came as 7 years, and there was nothing, but she uses active tennis so much, and she uses it's not really easy to use if they have myopia with astigmatism. So we chose her orthopedic lenses, and we see that there are so many stable conditions, and the central condition of ortho lens now so they have anechular character. I can say that the ortho lenses of moon lens, which clinically and qualitatively showed their effectiveness, and they have got their admission in throughout the world. So orthokeratology of the future, what should we go for? You should go to different designs in a very it's a high toricity of and we have to decrease the we have to reducing fitting time and the risk of selection in correct lenses. So due to this technology, we take the forms of the program, and they read and creates 3D models, and in this cornea, the artificial intelligence calculates the keratologic lens, and it will be very identical, and we will have the ideal fitting in. So the possibility of an error is like less than 2%. As a rule, it's less than 1%. So we have new options of myopia control, and you can change. So sorry, time. Yes, so the certified laboratories. So we have throughout the whole world. In the whole Eurasia, it's the only laboratory in Moscow. This is a patient who never had glasses and less, and she had under question of myopia, 7.5, and we got the ortho lens. We got minus 3 diopters of loosening effect, and in 1 week we got 100% effect. So control is done by a hygiene, and lenses are really comfort when they use it. So of course there is after, besides of using of a method of control of myopia, you have to change your lifestyle as well. I appreciate you for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Ольга Михайловна. Следующий доклад. Абдухаева Шахноза Углубековна, Узбекистан. Преимущество применения ОКЛ при функциональной реабилитации у детей с косоглазием.
So our next speaker, I would like to kindly ask you to keep the time frame.
Добрый день,
Good evening, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. My speech today is about the advantages of using OKL for functional rehabilitation in children with strabismus. In 2021, the Institute of Myopia, they have identified the specific binocular changes, high arcana, and little flexibility of accommodation. So we realized that the accommodation is directed with convergence, is connected with divergence, and the disbalance of accommodation and divergence is very important. So that's why the detailed anamnesis is very important, visometry and others. When we choose the method of treatment, there are many different factors. The age of the kid, availability of binocular dysfunction, the way of life, and the readiness of the family for the treatment. We always try to choose the optical corrections, permanent optical correction in combination with dialogic and orthopic exercises. So when we speak about orthophoria and keratophobia, we speak about the efficiency of orthokeratology veining. So we can do step-by-step prognosis of our actions and how they are effective among the patients with myopia and strabismus. When we speak about the efficiency influence on orthoneology, I would like to show you several of our clinical cases. The patient of 9 years, progressive myopia and non-constant deviation of the eyeball and to outwards. Regular distance glasses. She was wearing the distance glasses, and because of the problems, she could not reach her goals. Her attention was she had problems with her attention, and when she had astigmatism. So we came up with this treatment, and our approach was vision therapy and monitoring in dynamics. As of today, the division is 1 on each eyes, and everything is stable. Deviation is 0 degree, and convergence is saved. All the results of the individual approach has been improved. The functionals are improved. She became more her self-esteem is improved. Clinical case number 2, patient 9 years old. Patient 13 years old complains about the progression of right plasia multiply and constant deviation of eyeball and external olfaction of the eye from the age of 7. She has loss of self-confidence. Confidence among peers has been decreased. And before coming to us, she had treatment in local clinic, but she did not come to us, and she had non-accommodating spartums, and our approach is as follows. We did the surgical correction of the vision, orthodiplotopic treatment, and after 3 months we have, after improving the functional characteristics, we have we have found the glasses that would fit her the best. As of today, the patient has very good vision with one on both eyes. Deviation of the eyeballs is 0. Binocular vision. Here you can see that her vision has improved. I could notice that she's more self-confident, more smiling, and more communicative. There is a solution in different situations. For orthochirurgical lenses, you can solve many issues. You can improve the self-confidence. You can use them among different specialists of different spheres. In 5 years, we have 680 patients who have orthochirurgic lenses, and in 85.5% we could stop the progressing of myopia, and in 14.5% we could lessen the development of the myopia. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. You are on time. Thank you very much. Very interesting. So you have orthokeratology and apparatus therapy. Very nice. Dear colleagues, now I would like to move to the second, to next speech. So Ms. Rybenka, scleral lenses, new horizons in the correction of keratoconus and other corneal irregularities. Good evening, dear colleagues. Let me express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference for being able here to give a speech. In upcoming 10 minutes, we will talk about irregular astigmatism, which happens during the problems with the retina. So when we have the change of refraction, we have loss of the eyesight, and with it's very hard to make ametropy, or it's hard to find proper glasses or lenses. But despite of that, we can bring back the eye vision. Sclerical lenses, they're based on the bulbar conjunctive, and they don't really create the corneal syndrome, and it's a very good method how to solve the problem. So when we speak about scleral lenses, they are being cleaned by the solution, and they are filled with the liquid, and they are fixed into the eye. So we put the eye, some air, and take it out of the eye. So it's not hard. We use scleral lenses of Sky Lens, and they are used. They're used by. So we use the lenses from US and from UK, and these are the brands, and usually the lenses are the duration of use is 18 months. Every 18 months you should change. So we can improve the myopia up to 60 dioptry, astigmatism up to 40 dioptry, and the method for correction is unlimited. What we have seen in our practice, myopia. The maximum number of myopia that we have corrected was minus 35 dioptries. You can see the lasers. The refraction is 0. Hypermetropy. every patient with FAK has it, and hypermetropy from plus 90/25 was corrected, and astigmatism. Here we had 33 dioptries, and in sky lens we have a very good vision of 1.2. This is such high refraction effect can be only corrected by our sclerotic lenses, which corrects the irregularity. So we have the sclerotic lens, we have tear lens underneath, we have the retina, and any ametropy can be corrected. Very often we have keratoconus. In Russia, we have 1/1,800 people, but in other countries such as US, they have keratoconus more, 1/700. So it's all, if you will ask why other countries have it a higher rate, I would say that keratoconus is being identified more is because of the better identification. That's why maybe the rate is higher in Europe and the US. Keratoconus is something that can be identified very accidentally. So we had a patient of 11 years old. He didn't have any visual defects, but when we did the analysis, then we could identify that he has keratoconus of first stage. And in this case, we do the monitoring at least once a month. We do standard ophthalmological monitoring, and we always do the other by tests. Our second clinical case, this is young patient of 15 years old. He has keratoconus of third stage, and this is his post-CL condition. Here you can see that it is minus 4.84, and in sky lens the vision was returned to the normal, 200%. And the young student could continue his education with no discomfort.
Other dystrophies which we see in our practice, for example, the dystrophy of Salzmann, 67-year-old patient, myopia of mild level, and you can see condition of the keratotomy, and we can see some tissue overall the membranes. The refraction is 10.5, the cylinder is 3.75, and in skylines, the vision is 1.0, and the refraction is about 0. Whom we can help? There are big categories of patients. So patients with ruptures, and unfortunately, this is usually children. So only one eye. And unfortunately, as you see, the scar itself is in an optical zone, and we have to make a little correction. So what do we wait for a patients, and what is the refractions? These patients have the glasses, and they turn off sometimes after the time, and which will bring to amblyopy and obliquousness of the vision. And in skylens we can see that the vision in skylens have gone to 0.9, but this is not the main part, and the main thing is binocularity. And the same that is started with ametropy after different surgical operations today. We have given an exotic operation. So this is a keratoplasty. So when the center comes lenticle, and the surgeon have done all the possible, but they couldn't get the refractory effect. As you see, the refractory in the cylinder is 8.8, and it doesn't correct to 2. And skylines, the eye vision is 0.8. 8. I can say that these lenses are always individual. They are individual for each eye of the patient, and we consider a lot of parameters and make the calculations and give it to laboratory. Skyline lenses are done in the laboratory of Sky Optics, which is in Moscow. It doesn't take a lot of time, usually 3-5 days, and then they are sent to doctors and which give to the patients. I can proudly say that the scleral lens we brought to Russia for the first time, not less but 10 years ago, and 10 years we are popularizing this method, and not only in Russia and all the post-Soviet space. During this period we have done more than 2,500 doctors educated on the choice of the scleral lenses, and it's available in Uzbekistan as well. Even if you do not make the correct choice of it, please send them to a specialized center. It's not about the changing the eyes, it's about to change the changing of the life. Thank you very much. Allow me to invite the next speaker, Yegorova Alla Viktorova. Functional therapy and vision therapies, the principles and attitude approaches. Good day, dear friends. I would like to give you my talk. And so, myths and truth about the apparat surgery. Today we have, the colleagues have touched about the apparat therapy and vision therapy, and I am very happy that in clinics of Dr. Maksudov they do this methodology. We have learned not with a purpose, so let's talk about it. So myth, nowhere in the world they use it in the world. It's only in Russia and it's in the world. No, they use it, but it's called a little bit different. Does this therapy for refractive diseases belong to evidence-based medicine? Yes, the evidence is in the report, and so you just have to look for it correctly. They just put the word of a vision therapy. The books which I prepared, you can take a photo of them. They are in Russian. They are very useful. And this is in English. And the book of a binocular vision, it's one of my favorite on-shelf books. It's in English, and it helps us very much in understanding of binocular malformations. And this is a methodological support. I don't want to stop on that, but you can learn the literature on this topic over here. Here are my coordinates. Usually, as we don't have enough time and we cannot answer the questions, and if you have questions, please answer. I answer all the time. Ask, I answer all the time. And the vision therapy, what are the differences? The functional therapy is something that we do with you in Russia, in post-Soviet place. Through the pathogenesis of a disease. I really like the vision therapy, and those whom I taught, they did not tell us a lie. The basis is a point on pathogenesis, but not at the diagnosis. So we act on the accommodations and other precise parameters. And the basis is done on the point of the pathogenesis, and including AK. We have talked about it. AK to A is the ratio of accommodative convergence ratio to accommodation. What is general in vision therapy and functional therapy? The general is to start from a correction. So start the correction. It's in the both cases, we choose stamp points. This is the instruments of a vision therapy. You cannot, you shouldn't take a photo. I will talk about it. We have a stereoscope, which it helps to train the convergence and divergence. It looks like from Russian tools. It looks like 3D glasses. The next one is called Visio Trainer. It's a Russian equipment. They help us to train the convergence and divergence. What other instruments we have in vision therapy? This is aperture. This is a kind of a ruler, and they have their and they allow us to train the convergences and to keep the convergency for a long time, and how to use. Look at the photo provided. I can have talk about it very fastly, but I wanted you to be interested in this topic so that you in your city you have a place to come, and it's a clinics of Dr. Maksudova. And what kind of instruments you can use in a functional therapy? Binaurometer. We also have it in Russian, this equipment. What else does it look like? It looks like a small river. So it's represented in Russia a lot, but I don't know about Uzbekistan. So what we can use to train the reserves. What else do we have in a vision therapy? This is, as we say, anaglyphs and tanaglyphs. It's green-red pictures and green-red glasses. It's not a news. It has. We have it in a Soviet school. Plus, please, the Raduga equipment. Also, we have computer programs of a vision therapy, but now unfortunately you cannot purchase it. It's impossible to do it. We have analogs in Russian, and they are also represented by usage of green and red glasses, so the picture is fully and patient can see only when they see with two eyes. What other instruments? The prisms. They are used in with a Picard rope. I will show it in future. We also have prisms. It's Russian prisms. For example, Prisma compensator Debska. It's enough to train close and far when the patient looks at the tasks, and it looks like our favorite exercise, close and far. Here. The Braka rope. What I like in vision therapy, in all of its cheapness, it's very effectively works, and you can say the colleagues in Uzbekistan as well. I wanted to say that in clinics of Dr. Maksudov, we have they have a vision therapy and they have apparat therapy. And today, when we talked to our colleagues, I had a biggest proud that how you understand the devices, and you give it not just because you have it, but with the knowledge of apogenesis. So success in treatment is determined on individually taken and in dynamic treatment, and to have efficacy for a long time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alla Viktorovna, for such a very informative presentation. We would love to give the floor to Martin Conway with his second part of the presentation on scleral lenses, keratoconus and dry eye.
morning's session, I covered the basics of scleral lenses and how to insert them and how to assess the fitting. Probably the one thing that worries most new practitioners is how on earth they're going to get them out of the patient's eye. And so this is what this next session will cover. There are two ways of doing it. Either what I call removing above, which, here we go, we get the patient to look down, lift the lid, place a sucker on the top half of the lens, rotate the lens slightly to break suction, and then lift the lens out cleanly. It's most important that we don't place the sucker on the center of the lens, top or bottom, every time. Removing below, then we get the patient to look up. Again, place the sucker on the bottom half of the lens, slight twist to break the suction, and the lens lifts off easily. Patient insertion and removal, again, these are available on the website, on YouTube. Let's look at putting them in as using their fingers.
First, fill the bowl of the lens with neutrophil. Lower the bottom lid, lifting the top lid, and then gently lifting the lens up. Be prepared for a cold sensation as the solution touches the eye, and then gently but firmly push the lens onto the eye and remove.
Using a sucker.
With the sucker, first squeeze to expel air, place the lens onto the sucker. We now have some suction. Fill as per normal with neutrophil. Lower the lid, other hand over the top, lifting the top lid. Raise the sucker. Be prepared for the solution. And press. Remember this time to press to remove suction and remove.
Some people have difficulty, some patients have difficulty remembering to release the suction, and when they remove the sucker, they bring the lens with them. So what we've found is by trimming the sucker, by cutting the end off of it, so they can't get any suction, it helps. It also helps patients with poor vision to be able to locate as they look down through the lens and see light at the other end.
With the trim sucker, the lens is simply placed onto the sucker, filled with the neutrophil solution, and the process repeated. Finger on lower lid, other hand holds the top lid, and gently lifted and pressed onto the eye. No need to release suction, just simply remove the sucker.
And again, with the patient removing, it's most important that they actually place the sucker at the bottom half of the lens, never centrally. There are a couple of ways of designing. The original scleral lens design was a basic C3 with each curve successively flattening towards the edge. And this is an OCT image of one of those such designs. When scleral lenses became popular in the United States, the practitioners there were concerned about any touch over the limbal area because of the presence of limbal stem cells. So they insisted on having a reverse curve built into the edge of the lens, and we can see that now. We can see that in order to avoid the limbal area, these designs actually dive into the conjunctiva just outside the limbal zone. And if we look at them in comparison, we can see that the traditional design at the top of the image there, you can see is going to have a much larger contact area with the surface of the eye than the reverse curve. This forms a better seal and prevents any contaminants from creeping underneath the edge of the lens. One of the issues that these newer designs caused was a thing called fogging, midday fogging. The patient would report blurred vision after 3 to 4 hours wear, normally around midday. And initially it was thought that it was edema because of lack of oxygen. In fact, if the patient took the lens out, rinsed it and reinserted, the fogging disappeared. So it clearly was not edema, it was actually contaminants in the post-lens tear film. Here we have a patient who was being subject to midday fogging, and we fitted him with this particular lens in the morning, and you can see that the lens settled during the day's wear considerably, but at the end of the day the tear film was perfectly clear and the patient was exhibiting no issues. This is the same patient but fitted with one of the reverse curve designs, and we can see the condition of the post-lens tear film in the afternoon. So fogging is or can be an issue if leakage is allowed to occur and bring contaminants under the edge of the lens, but it can be designed out of the lens. It's not something the patient has to tolerate. So those are the two main types of edge design, both this traditional lens and the reverse curve at the bottom. There's been a lot of research lately using 3D scanners or profilometers, using modern technology of the shape of the eye. This was results of some research done in the United States. And if you look at it, you can see that there are very few perfectly spherical sclerals out there. So it makes you wonder how we get such good success by just using spherical or toric peripheries. The fact is that the conjunctiva is spongy and absorbs any small undulations. If you feel that the patient needs a toric or is suffering from midday fogging, what we tend to do is get the patient to come in about lunchtime, at about the time the fogging is about to be exhibited. And when they come in wearing the lens, and then we instill fluorescein whilst the lens is in use, and the fluorescein will find any leak under the edge of the lens. If you get a leak here at 12 o'clock, you'll invariably see the same thing happening at 6 o'clock. And provided the rest of the lens is fitting comfortably, then all you really need to do is instruct the laboratory to tighten up that particular section of the lens. Depends on lens design, but normally about 150 microns. If you haven't fitted scleral lenses, they can be a little bit daunting because of the complexity of the conditions that they can benefit. But the actual fitting process is very, very simple. And you don't really have to be that accurate, nowhere near the accuracy required for Ortho-K, for example. And I'd like to show you a couple of examples. This lady was referred to me from Moorfields after many years, graft patient. And here we see she didn't turn up for aftercare for a couple of years, and we can see that the graft is starting to bulge. We have a large contact area across the center of the lens, but the patient was seeing well, she was comfortable, and when we took the lens out, there was no sign of any staining. So we left it alone. So this is something with not only minimal clearance, but no clearance at all, and the patient was quite successful. On the other hand, before we'd actually got an OCT in our practice, one of the first patients I fitted was this chap. He was a cameraman for the BBC, our television broadcaster in the UK. So his vision was quite important to him, to say the least. And we fitted him, and he was happy. He wore the lenses for nearly 2 years before we saw him again. And his hobby was a kite surfer, so he regularly took a nosedive into the North Sea. And as you can see here, when we eventually got our OCT, we had 800 microns of clearance. So those are two extremes that are far from perfect fittings, but both patients got good results and were pleased with the lenses. Where's technology leading us? With the advent of 3D scanners, this is another video. Hopefully we can get the video played. This is a commercial product available in the United States. I've said the word video. Hopefully they're awake at the back and they'll play it. Yes. So that's where new technology is taking this, but we're still getting pretty good results with the existing technology. And here's a few examples of some of the very weird and wonderful shapes that this technology can provide us with. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Спасибо большое. Ну, итак, завершающий, но тоже очень-очень важный доклад нашей коллеги из Казахстана.
And one of the last speeches are from our colleague from Kazakhstan, and she will speak about the stabilizing of myopia.
У меня всегда проблемы с этим. Вот эти? Да. Уважаемый президиум, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please be patient to listen my speech, and I will try to be very fast. Despite of all the everything that we have, despite of that, people with myopia is increasing. So we need new technologies for improving it. And orthokeratology is a non-invasive method of treating the myopia by changing the power of the retina. And orthokeratology is considered to be something new, but actually in ancient China, they note it was used in China when they said that if you put some little weights on your eyes and sleep, then in the morning you will have better vision. And there was a scientist who actually created such lenses by using special materials in 1962, and on the first meeting of the International Society of Orthokeratologists on October, they have proclaimed that they will create the society and develop orthokeratology. Since we work with kids, for us it's very important to have keratological lenses. The method of refraction therapy is heavily used, and we have the statutory documents that lets us to use this method. About the compensation of paramaculator defocus. Very often when you use refractive when you use so about central emmetropization and hypermetric peripheral, focusing in spectacle correction and correction with conventional contact lenses, central emmetropization and myopic peripheral focusing at is okay. And in these positions, more and more orthocological therapy is being used as a temporary change of the situation by using this method during the sleep. And this lenses has been using very prevailingly among kids, and the stabilizing effect was underlined. The long-term therapy was mentioned, and in Russia from 2013 the orthokeratology is in federal medical recommendations for treating myopia among kids. The widest usage of this method was happened when patients is used at night. So at the daytime, the patient does not need to wear any lenses. And if the individual approach is done with the proper lenses being chosen, then the refraction can be revived in short period. Orthokeratolic lenses, they are different from contact lenses, and so the lens is very thick in the center and it's very thin at the sides, and it does not really touch the retina because there is a sub-tear layer which regulates the retina. So the powers and the pressure on the lenses are different. So the capillary strength is different, and epithelium changes. The epithelium in the central part decreases, and all the changes are done in such a way that it happens. The change happens from 5 to 20 micron, which is not dangerous for the health of the patient. When we speak about orthokeratological correction of the vision, then we speak about the correction of the retina. In the basis of this, we have epithelial layer. It's change in the frontal and back direction, and epithelial cells. So this how it looks after 14 days, and this is 14-day myopia profile, intact when the orthokeratolical lenses are being used. The very important thing when we use OKL is decrease of myopia among kids, and this effect was underlined in the beginning, identified in the beginning of 2000s, and a lot of researches were done when the stabilizing effect of orthokeratologic correction has proven its efficiency, and scientists could prove that the receptors that can facilitate the growth of eyeball, they are located in 15-20 degrees of in paramolecular zone, and if hypertrophical defocus is there, then the myopia increases. And in this case, orthokeratological lenses, they compensate the force, and they improve the facility. They stop the myopia or decreases the speed of it. So the wider is the eye, the slower is the myopia. A lot of with the ortho lenses, the cellular muscle is being improved, and the swallowing within the eye is being it helps and makes the orthoauricular lenses the most safe, and at the same time the most the invasive and the best method of treating the optical problems with the eyes. Right now, what happens is that there are sets for orthokeratolic lenses. As of now, since there are sets, sometimes they don't fit to everyone, and because we are different, our retina and cornea are different, and they have different sizes, and its radius can be different from different meridians, and it can be possible during astigmatism. And here our colleagues from Moscow has identified on the basis of 3 clinics when they analyzed keratotopographic data of more than 1,000 eyes. They identified that 27% of patients they need of a smaller or bigger diameter. 26% of people have different slopes of the eye and they need correction, and 37% they need different lenses. 44% need orthokeratolic lenses of steric periphery. So what toric lens gives us? It improves 2 different meridians. Better centration, stable setting, and improved management and handling. So here we can see spherical lens, and after having lens on torical eye, we can see that the setting is much better. So around 50% of the patients can have better result by having better lenses, and the other 50% should have the lenses based on their eyes and characteristics of the eyes. So what gives us the choosing the lenses? So the additional options are change in apical clearance, name eccentricity, change in diameter, and etc. Example of the standard lenses. They are not very well set on the eyes, and each lens, when it comes to orthokeratological lenses, they should be set and done in accordance with the shape of the eye of each person. So the back geometry of the eye is also very important, and it creates a lot of requirements for requirements for the choosing the lens. At the same time, the individual night lenses, they take into account all the parameters, and also they prevent prevents the moving forward of the situation. In this regard, I would like to share with you some good news that in 2023, on November 13, we had a lab on the production of lenses, K-Vision. It was a company that was producing lenses, and those lenses were very safe. Some people think that ortho lenses have a lot of complications or side effects, but actually ortho lenses, they are very safe because there is a layer of tear which helps to prevent a lot of side effects and it is very good to control the myopia. And also I advise to use lenses for improving your myopia if you have. Thank you very much, colleague. For today, our section is over. Our session is over. Thank you very much.
Ну что, уважаемые коллеги, остались, мне кажется,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the most stable ones, the most sustainable ones who were interested in the speeches. What can we say? I think that in conclusion of today's conference, we can say that today, first of all, we need so we met each other, we talked with each other, we had a wonderful exchange of the clinical information. Our colleagues has given their speeches, they shared their experiences, and when we come up to new ideas. And in this regard, I can say that our conference was very interesting, very informative. It was very saturated with a lot of information. That's why we thank the speakers for their speeches, for their active participation. Do you want to add something? Today, a lot of our guests and colleagues came to us asking giving us a proposal that such conference should be held every year. I think this is the best offer, the best assessment of our efforts that we have done for the last year. So our messages from our colleagues from abroad, they were very interesting, and I think that all of it will help us to use all these new methods in diagnostics and treatment, and all the knowledge that you are sharing. A lot of that they share, that they wanted to tell today. Definitely all this will help us to promote our doctors technically, and today we did a lot for focusing on practical doctors and practical speeches. We want to have practical benefit from our conference. We want all the methods that were said here to be used and to benefit to the patients, to our population and people. And today I think our goal was successful. We succeeded, and we think that we were very helpful to people, and the speeches were very helpful. I would like to thank every one of you for being so proactive. And I'm sure that we will be able to continue this, and I will try to make sure that we will meet more and more, so we will be able to exchange our experiences and benefit our people, our nations. Thank you very much for everyone. If you are not against, as in many conferences, I would like to ask everyone to have a group photo at the stage.